back quickly, so...
To Mirkwood, you mean?
Will be difficult.
You mean off to Mirkwood you're speaking of?
Yes.
Yes, I think that's the best idea.
One thing I will remind you guys that you specifically asked towards the end of the session was you were trying to suss out the location of the area of the portal.
Mm-hmm. And it was nearish that area, is off in that direction.
I mean, the Morris Devar is a very big place. Like that entire section between that north road and that south road is pretty marshy. It's somewhere in there. He intimated that it was within a day's travel of Mirkwood or so. It might be closer, but he said that it was fairly close. I'll just remind you that you asked that.
Do you think it would be best to keep the eye with Father Karnak, or do you think it would be best to keep it ourselves, but in a safe location, or take it with us?
It is my understanding it might take days to create this potion. She might not have those days.
So give it to Karnak now so he can begin prepping this potion?
Aye.
That's probably not too terribly bad idea there. What of who will travel with us? Just us four, or should we invite some of the others?
Well, if we do not take the party with us, we will spend several days getting there, several days getting back, and then several days back out again toward the portal.
Perhaps we could leave them at where our paths diverge, and then rejoin them after we have what we need.
I don't know if we should leave anybody out in the marsh on the road. Perhaps all of us going to Mirkwood would be best. At least Mirkwood probably offers some kind of safety.
If we can get the ingredient, I may have to part ways with you. I can return here faster and supply them with what they need. I'll have to regroup with you after that. But the rest of you could go on if we do it that way. I may be able to catch up with you.
I think Gelrud could stay here, as he's not much of an adventurer. And he only needs to receive the final product to head on back home, and from Kelburn that would be better, not from Mirkwood.
Indeed, a merchant will not be very helpful where we're headed.
Bringing one with us as part of the contract.
Well, yeah, but he knows the location.
Perhaps you can speak with him. You seem to have a good rapport. We will honor our... I believe that he should know us well enough by now to know we'll honor our engagements.
Yes, I'll speak to him of this, and I think we should probably also speak to Numestra about perhaps even joining the Adventurers Guild. Maybe she said she's a mercenary. Maybe she would be willing to be hired by the Adventurers Guild instead of fighting in whatever conflict is to the south.
She would make a good officer. She could lead some of the others.
Also, probably a good trainer in archery. Not that Ryland's not a good archer, but it's always nice to have more.
Oh, of course. I'm sure she could train everyone a thing or two in archery. Graves definitely just seems to have the highest of all opinions of this woman.
Of course, yes. Would you like to speak to her then, Memon, as you know her probably very well, it seems?
And I'll say that, of course I'll discuss it with her. We'll have to speak with her about coming along here, and while we're on the road, perhaps I'll bring up the subject. I wouldn't want to offend her by offering a job beneath her station. I just kind of take a sip from my drink.
Oh, I think working for the Adventuring Guild would be quite a high station.
And nod and say that they certainly have had a very high-profile number of cases. More than I've seen in years inside of a month with you. Just kind of motion in Recluse's direction, or Zippadine's direction.
It's not the point of making Adventurers Guild, so that you always know where help is needed. Particularly elves that can be paid for.
I have to admit, when I first heard of you and everything that was going on, and honestly, if I was still looking at the outside in, I would think that you were summoning doom to this world constantly. It always seems to follow the guild around. at a level that I've never seen.
Yeah,
You've been with the guild longer than I.
I think we seek it out to some degree, but yes, so we've definitely seen our fair share of calamity and high adventure.
Amon looks at I think looks over to our goblin friend, and I say, "You arrived on a time-traveling ship that flies in the air, so this continues my point. The guild seems to attract strange events." And I'm just going to like pretty much chug the rest of my drink, I think.
Alrighty, so I think we're confirmed in our goals of heading out to Mirkwood with as many as possible, leaving Gelred behind, and seeking the cure for the Baroness there, and having Karnak work on the flask treatment with the eye. Correct?
Anyone that cannot keep up a very fast pace should probably stay behind. We should set out most likely within a few hours, dark or not. The time is very limited, and even with my fast return, we must
And
make
what
sure
do
that
you
they do
mean
not
by
use the other
that?
potion.
My legs may be short, but I'm not slow.
Yes, we still have a horse for you, Fergus. You'll be fine.
Graves nods and says that we should be leaving within a few hours, at the very most. We need to hurry because the time is limited, and if we wait too long, they may use the other potion, and our second mission will be a failure.
Let's see. Memon went with me to talk to Father Karnak, right?
I'll go with
It was
you.
only us two. Then who's going to talk to Numestra? Does Fergus or Marai want to talk to Numestra? And then I'll go talk to Gelred. That way we can divvy this stuff out and get it
Gelf
done
is
faster.
her own woman. Why would we invite her? She'll
She's
come
a-
if she wishes.
I'll talk to her
Well,
eventually,
she would need the invite.
before we leave. I'll go to the father, and then I'll go see her after, I guess, before we leave, if no one else will talk to her.
Sounds good.
All right, so who's going first? Are you? I think it's probably. Let's see here. You guys met with the Baron in the afternoon. I think it was like right at noontime, I think. And then went up to see the lady. So I think it's probably late afternoon now. Who does what?
Well, I will go talk to Gelred, I guess.
Okay.
Does anybody want to come with me?
I'll probably go with you before I talk to. No, I'll probably just travel with PD, and I think at the moment, wherever you're headed at the second, you're probably going to talk to the same people.
Well, I was recommending that we kind of split up a little bit to go talk to different people, get
I'll go
more
talk to
stuff
you.
done. So maybe
I'll go
Father
talk to-
Karnak, or you're gonna go talk to the master first.
You can go ahead, Eddie, and I'll talk to the master after. I'll head that way.
Okay. So anybody going with me aside from myself? I can probably take Gelred if he gets really pissed off, but just in case something happens, outside of
I
Just
suppose
talking
I can
to him.
come with you. I don't know much about what's going on. Why we spent so long in the town, but
yeah, so you get caught up on that. That's good. Is Gelred staying at the other place, right? The Hellhound?
Mhm.
Okay, so we'll be heading over there.
All right. So you leave the sorceress's cellar. I think Bakar, the giant, somewhat stupid, but not exactly surly orc, gives you guys a nod as you leave, and you make your way from the pretty run down like exterior section of the Temple District that borders on the slums to the nicer section of the Temple District, the Temple District proper, and over to the Hellhound and Hare. Siri, the half-elf proprietress of the establishment, greets you all as you enter, and I think you can see Gelred is seated at a table. Looks like he's reading. I think Aldart is there as well.
Alrighty, I'll make my way over. Oh, perfect. That's 2 birds, 1 stone. I'll make my way over there and plop down across from Gelred and start speaking to him.
Aldart looks up as you guys approach, and he says, "Ah, hello, my friends. I was just talking with your friend here, Gelred, about events going on on Lesend. A very interesting place."
Yes, very interesting land. I left there a while ago, but wouldn't mind returning one of these days, if only for a visit or two. And Gelred, my friend, I believe we've worked something out with the Baron. We believe, with the help of Memon Graves, that we can hunt down the creature that afflicted the Baroness, and if we can retrieve that creature and bring it back, a cure for her could be found. The cure for the princess, the flask that should help her, is being prepared, and will take a couple of days, I understand, to fully prepare it. And if we get the cure for the Baroness, you can have the cure for Princess Shroomy.
He takes this in for a few moments, and he says, This is excellent news, my friend. Is there any... I think he pauses, and it looks like he's trying to come up with a tactful way to say this. You've given the ingredients to the father already.
We will be.
Have you discussed with him or the Baron as to whether or not they will hold off on using it?
Yes, we've mentioned this before, and upon giving over the ingredient, this will be emphasized once again, to not use it until the last possible moment, if we do not return, or upon our return with the either the ingredient that is needed to cure the Baroness, or the failure of that, if we cannot find the creature.
He still looks a little hesitant, but he nods and he says, "Well, this is much more than I'd been hoping for. Things it seemed so grim. Thank you for your help, Badine. Anything you can do for the princess and Prince Dorel, just know that he will not forget it."
Thank you. And Aldart, we need to prepare to set out, even if we're going to head out for an hour or two on the road this evening. So we must make our way quickly to Mirkwood to find this creature. You said
I have been ready for the day.
Oh, perfect. We'll be gathering up our supplies then and heading out as soon as Graves returns from speaking to one of our other companions who might also join us.
Oh, very well, very well. This is good. This is good. You can see him kind of like, sort of playing with his hands. Maybe just like as he's thinking about the road ahead, and he says, "Yes. I'm eager to get underway. It's been some time, and I am eager to finally see this and plunder its riches." Well,
very good.
I will set out, and he gets up from his chair, and I'll head out and get my things from my house. And
it's late in the day, right?
Yeah, it's late afternoon. It's not evening yet.
From his chair.
He actually seems to be not that wasted at this point in time.
That's
Oh, good.
probably good.
And he says, "Well, I will gather my things. Where should we meet?"
Probably by the broken gate, the exploded gate. We'll head out from there.
Oh, yes. Very well.
Unless there is a gate on the southwest side that's closer to the Mirkwood Road.
Yes, actually there is.
Okay, probably meet there then.
So he kind of trundles off. So, Graves, where are you right now?
I am going to go see Nemist, I think is how you say her name. About
Nemestra?
joining us for this. Nemestra, that's it.
Okay. I think she's. I guess you're looking for her. And maybe you never left the sorceress's cellar. Like you were getting up and you were kind of looking for her. You know that she was staying there. You didn't see her downstairs at the moment, and I think after some looking about, you see her coming downstairs. She recognizes you and gives you a nod.
I'll head over and say that we're leaving in a few hours to go hunt the. Did we actually determine it was a basilisk, or what did we determine it was? I'm trying to remember if we determined.
No determination of what it was.
Your first thought was it was Medusa's.
That's true.
Nothing else had actually been determined. If you think it's a basilisk or a cockatrice or something, that's up to you. But you don't have any real knowledge.
I'll walk up and I'll say that we're setting out in a few hours to hunt a creature that poisoned the woman here, and also, if we're able to cure her, may use the cure that they're preparing for her to save another. It's believed that it may have an impact on local politics. It's very important. I was hoping perhaps you would be interested in joining us, or do you still need to be patrolling your route on the road?
I think she kind of laughs a bit and she's like, route? No, I don't have a route. I was simply traveling down here looking for work. If you have any, yeah, she stops and listens.
Others were speaking of potentially hiring you for the Adventuring Guild. They tend to pay quite well. In fact, I have some money back at the villa there myself. Not so much on me at the moment, but...
She says, what sort of pay are we talking about? And what exactly is it that you all are doing? I got the feeling you were escorting the merchant, but now that you're here, maybe that's not exactly the case?
We are still, in fact, escorting the merchant, though he will be staying here. I believe we will be going and completing his mission in his stead at this point. I will explain the details to you. Why don't you come with me to meet Fadine and the others? Fadine has spent more time with the guild than I. I'm a fairly recent member myself. But I've already seen what they can offer, and they are a very powerful organization in this region. And I'll just say that you should see what they have in the basement.
She gives you like an odd look. She says, well, I've had less than stellar luck looking for work around here. It seems most of the activity is down by the fort, and I'm not exactly eager to sign on as a guard here in their stead. It's the only real work here, so I'll be willing to hear you on your offer.
And I say, excellent. We can talk on the way. We're leaving shortly. I'm going to head over and meet Padine as soon as he's done speaking with an associate of his and informing the merchant of the situation. This could be dangerous. Make sure. Do you need anything from town before we depart?
Well, I'd really like to talk about payment first and what exactly this job entails. But assuming it's good. How long are we leaving for? What sort of supplies are we thinking we'll need?
Yeah, plenty of rations. We have the entire convoy outside, as you've seen. And I'll kind of like wave in that general direction and say that as far as payment, you'd have to speak with Padine. I believe he is the official representation of the guild here. But however, if you need some gold, I can loan you what I have. I'll just like open up my.
She says, "No, that's not necessary. I'll speak with this Padine."
And now, and I'll say that I assure you that there's quite a bit of wealth to be had there. I believe that I have almost 183 gold in their bank. This was just from a short time of working with them, though. Unfortunately, there are quite a few things that require the money in this line of work.
She
Really
looks.
hold on to it.
I think she looks suitably interested.
Smile a bit and say that I'm headed back to meet him right now. I was going to try to get this fixed, and I'll just kind of motion at this bent up spyglass, but I'll say I don't believe there's time now, and I'll just like put it back in my bag.
So I assume somebody brings the eye to the priest.
I believe Padine was doing that last I heard.
I can do that. There's also one other thing I'd like to check on before we leave.
Sure.
If I don't know if it would need to be role played, but I would probably swing by the captain of the guard's place to ask of the disposition of all the crap we brought in. I said I don't mind handing over the most of it for the war effort, but the broadsword with the dragon and the ruby eyes stuff would be a nice treasure for the Adventurers Guild. But if you need it to make some kind of claim against Ishar, then I can understand that as well.
Okay, so I guess you wait for a couple minutes, and then Lieutenant Drozeros does come out. He's the half elf that you guys met before.
Yeah.
Apparently, the captain is still out of town, which is probably a little bit unusual. But you know that most of the guards are out of town as well. And yeah, you can see he doesn't have the sword on him. It would be very recognizable. And he listens to you. And he says, well, now if you were trying to make a claim on the supplies, I'd have to shoot you down. They were supplies meant for us, but seeing as how you did do us quite a good service in stopping the brigands and bringing them here, I think he starts kind of rubbing his chin, and he's thinking it over for a moment.
Have you been able to confirm their identity in any way in this time, or not?
He says, unfortunately not. They seem to be well trained. It's looking increasingly likely that you may be correct. They are Asharan. But they have refused to say anything at all. So I think he mulls it over for a second.
They have said nothing. Nothing at all. That's odd.
The Asharans are notoriously tight-lipped. If it seems likely that is who they are. Trained not to give any information to the enemy.
Have you been able to tell if they can even understand what you're saying?
Oh, they of course, if they are from Ishar, they certainly can. There are very few people who don't speak the common tongue.
If you'd like, I could question them.
I think he looks at you and narrows his eyes a bit, and he's like, question them how exactly?
Well, being a gifted performer, I have ways of loosening lips, and although I don't like to interrogate many people, I've been known to have my questions answered whenever I ask them.
I think he pauses for a moment and thinks things over. I think he says,
I could understand if he's still concerned of suspicious about possibly me using sorcery or something on them.
Yeah, I
or-
think he says, look, I certainly appreciate all the help that you and your guild have provided. However, I would need assurances that nothing unnatural or permanent would be done to these men. If Captain Kestrel gets back and they are not in a state for her to question, there will be some very serious questions myself I will have to answer.
Well, if your captain has not yet interrogated them, then yeah, that's probably best, as I don't want to step on any toes.
So it sounds like you're dancing around a parlay roll. What sort of leverage, if any, do you have? If you don't, it's not going to be a rollable thing.
Yeah, I don't think I'm really trying to parlay. I'm just seeing if they would like to use my
I think
service,
he shakes his head.
It's not really something that I want.
He looks at you kind of warily. You can tell that he's definitely torn. I think you can tell that he's wavering. Like, on the one hand, he recognizes that your people definitely did something out of the ordinary and kind of above the typical Call of Duty, helping bring the supplies up here. But on the other hand, he doesn't seem to trust you personally.
Yeah, I probably will press it more if we can help the Baroness, but I'm not in a position right now to really press for it. There are more pressing issues actually at hand.
Yeah, I think he says in terms of the sword, I'm afraid it's evidence. I'll have to hold on to it at least until the captain comes back. I can, however, at least give you some recompense.
Oh, that would be well met.
In exchange for your group's services. If you'll wait here a moment, I'll be back. He excuses himself.
In comes a wheelbarrow filled with coin.
Then he returns. I guess give me a chaw roll.
Okay, great.
Let's see how well you've endeared yourself to this guy.
Oh, poop! That's a snake eyes. Oh my god!
Wow.
Here is your dirty sock for a reward.
Oh my god! This gotta be one of the funniest ones of Snake Eyes.
Oh god!
Let me think what this means.
Well, it's not
Mark
at least
XP.
something like the dragon is coming straight for you. What do you do? Snake eyes. Oh, you fall flat on your face and he eats you.
He really doesn't like you. I think coming back
Damn.
around asking for the sword really
him off.
stuck in his craw.
Damn it.
Like coming back a couple of days later looking for money. Yeah.
I've offended him in some way.
Yes,
Offended his honor.
I think he leaves, and you're waiting there for like 5 minutes, and then 10 minutes,
Gosh.
and then it's like 15 minutes.
Ah.
And eventually the door opens, and it's one of the guards, and he opens up and he says, "Oh, you're still here." And the guard says, "Oh, the captain, or the lieutenant asked me to make sure you had left. He said apparently funds are very tight right now. What with the recent move of forces, and he wasn't actually able to procure anything at the moment. If you wish, you could come back at a later date, and he might be able to do something then. But right now, all of our resources are tied up."
I see. Very well. I reach into my coin purse, and I will take out 25 coin and leave it on the table and say, "For the war effort, whatever can be done to help our forces. I'll leave that there.
Yeah, like you see him like look kind of like wide-eyed and like back and forth between the coin and you, like really confused, and you just leave.
Yep.
Okay. The dean, no matter what he does, he just pisses off everybody, no matter where he
I know.
goes.
God.
That was your chance. If you would crit, you might have gotten the sword.
I think
Yeah.
Rye probably comments as they're walking away. They really don't like magic here, do they?
Oh,
No.
he just crit in exactly the wrong way.
Yes.
Yeah. At least he didn't get put back in the dungeon.
True,
I was
yes.
thinking, is there any way I could have him arrested again?
Yes, I could see that happening too.
All right, so you leave. I think you said you had one last thing you wanted to look into.
That was the thing, but I think I need to go take the eye to Father
Okay.
Karnak.
Okay. All right.
I
Yeah.
have
So
one last
you
small thing I need to do for I leave town too.
Welcome
Do
to
you-
the party of marketing experience but not needing it.
Yes, exactly.
do you say anything in particular to the father when you drop the eye off? Like
I will-
he's very surprised that you have it. But do you go out of your way to kind of present it in any special fashion, or?
I'll say now this is being given on the condition that you make it, prepare it, and ready it, but do not use it until it is the last possible moment before you think you can also prepare a concoction from the creature that we are set off to receive or to intercept that might have harmed the Baroness to begin with. If there's
Yeah.
any way that potion can be used for the princess, that would be great. And if another cure could be found for the Baroness, that would be most appreciated.
I think he like takes it gently, and he's like, "Where did you procure this?" And he's like, he shakes his head. "Never mind. This is a miracle." And he listens to you, and he says, "Of course, of course." And he's like, you can see him like kind of squint his eyes as he's looking in this jar filled with like this vaguely greenish fluid, as the eye is just like staring balefully through. It's a little bit milky, and he's like, "This pickled?" And you can see him like kind of staring into the jar, and I think you see him unconsciously like his lizard tongue licking his lips a little bit.
Oh, God.
Hmm.
Might need the lizard clothes. I missed that detail.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he says, "Of course. I will make sure that it is procured or prepared, and I will do my best to behest to the Baron that it would be in our best interest to wait as long as possible."
Very good.
I really hope we don't come back. It's like, oh, I'm sorry, my lady. It just
Yeah.
looks so delicious.
Exactly. I want to. Let's see here. I want to be very, very clear and frank with him, and ask him. Let's see. I'm debating between how can I get you to and
How
what
can
are
I
you really
get you
feeling
to
right
not
now?
eat this?
Yes. How can I get you to promise me?
What
that
are you
will
feeling
be
right now?
doing-
Hungry?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, either one of those could work.
We could offer him something else that's pickled from the bag of holding.
I don't know if I want to reach into there again.
I can.
So yeah, that's true. You're pretty good at doing it.
Pickled T-Rex.
But if you
tentacle.
roll what I rolled, then it doesn't matter. So yeah, I'd probably ask him, "How can I get you to promise me that you'll do as I've asked?"
I think he looks like maybe a little bit offended. Like he puts his hand over his chest and he says, "I gave you my word. There is no reason." And he shakes his head. "I have nothing but the best interest of Lady Broven, late Lady Adra at heart."
Very good. And is there anything he wants to ask me?
I think he just says, bring back a cure for the Lady Adra, and your cure will still be here for the princess." I think he looks to you and he says, I guess he asks, tell me, why exactly is it that you are doing this? What is it that you desire out of this?
Good question. I desire that both ladies are cured. That would be the best outcome. And I also desire that that our guild in Arnhen were to receive notoriety for what we are doing. That's the things that I most desire out of this.
He nods slowly, and you can see him putting the jar into like a secured drawer in his desk. Says, "I will see about its preparations at once."
Very well, thank you, Father. And I'll leave.
I comment as we're leaving. I'm like, I have no great wordsmith, Master Bard, but I don't think we want to be notorious for just about anything.
Well, so we can be told in stories. Hopefully, in a good way, of course. It's how I feel about things. But yeah,
Famous,
I want us
maybe.
to be.
Notorious, not so much.
I don't think I said notorious. I think I said notoriety.
They go together, don't they?
Well, they're not exactly synonymous. Can be noticed in a good way.
Regardless.
And I think Graves had some last bit to pick up before everybody met at the South Gate.
Yeah, very small bit. I was going to leave 5 gold coin and a note with the city guard if they're able to find my other hunter friend to go over that book, which I'm also leaving with them. I believe they still have it, in fact. And I'm going to say in the note just that I will be back in town in a few days. I had to go out to retrieve kill this creature and kind of briefly explain the situation, and that just to get a room in the what is it? I think it's a sorcerer's cellar. And notably, I'm using the English word, not the Orcan word, in case writing it sends me back. I'll say that I'll contact him when I'm back in town, just to stay here for a few days, and that should cover his room.
All right.
Nothing too wild.
Yep. Mariah is right. I would probably turn around and clear that up. I mean, noticed, not notoriety. That was a good catch.
He picked up on it, but he figured that you were simply one of the
Mistaken.
typical uneducated masses that were trying to use a complex word and didn't know what it was. The more letters means the more sophisticated I am.
Yes. Although it means the exact opposite of what I'm looking for.
It's like being infamous and famous.
Yes.
They have to be the same thing.
Not just famous, you're infamous.
Yep. It's infinitely better.
Easier to get, too.
Yeah, it's hard to become famous. Notorious, you just kill someone important, you're done.
That's definitely on a plaque outside of Graves' room at the guild. Okay, so I think you guys are you guys get to the stables and you retrieve your horses. You get Aldart, Calvin, and Rylan, and you start at various times making your way to the South Gate. I think obviously Graves is with Nemestra, who, if you'll recall, doesn't have a horse. Chief.
Right on mine. I can always shadow jump. Won't make her uncomfortable.
Yeah, she comes with you to the South Gate, and what is the conversation like when you bring her to Padine and Aldart? Aldar is the one paying everybody for the expedition. The exact terms, I believe, let me bring that up. Um, 200 gold per person, and a portion of the riches found inside. That's what Aldar has promised to pay everyone who is going in into the portal.
Oh.
Whether or not you guys try to get her hired on by Aldar or by the guild, I mean, that's up to you. But like, she's there, and I think she's asking about the job because Graves is brought this up. I think she approaches you, Padine, while you're getting ready, and Aldar is certainly close by. Everybody's getting their horses ready at the south gate. And
Also, Bean and say, good news. It looks like we've gotten a skilled employee potential, or a skilled potential adventurer to join our guild. And I'll motion and say that as you were speaking about. So,
Oh, wonderful.
can you get her? Can you explain to her the kind of income that we're expecting for this job and possibly in the future? After all,
Sure.
long-term employment is the best. And I'll just kind of smile at it.
So Numestra is there, correct?
yeah, she's.
Okay.
I think she says, Graves here says that you might have some well-paying work. Suppose you know what I can do. What exactly is it that you all are doing?
Well, we are working right now for a merchant who's taking us to a strange portal out in the marshes to investigate it and see if it has great riches or great wonders and possibly good things, possibly horrible things. We shall see. What is it that you normally get paid in your mercenary work?
I think she narrows her eyes a bit. Let me look up something real quick.
And would you be interested in working with us? An acclaimed adventurers guild. And I can't remember, had she heard of us or not? She hadn't.
No, she
Coming
hadn't.
from where she is from. Damn, that doesn't help. But
Still boggles my mind how she couldn't have heard of this adventurers guild. I mean, my God.
hopefully that we didn't slay her god.
It's possible.
We killed Morgath. Morgath! Oh no!
Not
We
Morgath!
worshipped for centuries that my ancestors have worshipped
Yeah.
Morgath.
I think she says, well, it depends. I typically get a little bit more than the standard rate. 35 gold a month, but that's for your usual caravan guarding sort of deal. If we're going through troubled territory, that's considerably more so.
She'll shake his head to Padine and say she's totally worth more than caravan goody pricing. I mean, my God, you've seen what she's done, right? Totally talking her up.
How does 45 coin per month sound?
Trying to decide if this is generous pay. This will affect your roll.
Oh. Oh shit. Well, I rolled my bad one for the day already, hopefully. Otherwise, it's the beginning of the floodgates. One of the two.
Yeah. The snowball turns into an avalanche.
My second snake eyes in a row.
I think she says, "What exactly are you talking about hiring me for? You said we're going to some sort of portal. I mean, 45 a month that's services for an entire month of just guarding a caravan or guarding a shop. This is what are we expecting here?"
It could be some awful things. We've battled horrible creatures in the past, from wyverns to beholders to dragons and even a god. So it is very dangerous work, but well worth it. And
About
you're
the
welcome
profit sharing benefits, Badine. You haven't
Yes.
brought those up yet.
to any windfall profits that are taken in by finding hordes of treasures. You'll be issued a cut of that as well on top. Not to mention free room and board at the Adventurers Guild on top of the pay.
I think she looks at you. Give me a 2d6 plus 3.
Yay!
Ooh, nice time to do that roll.
Okay, I think she says 45 for the month and 5 gold a day that we're prospectively in this portal, and the rest of your offer, and you have a deal.
5 gold a day in the portal. Hopefully, we won't be in the portal much
She
more
says,
than a day, but
She says, "I have to. I'm not going to risk my life for anything less than that. But if you can do that, you've got a deal."
Do we have the money on us, Badine? I know that I've only carried a small amount with us, and I've spent much on our trip here. I have money back at the villa to assist, but
I think
I wouldn't
think we
expect
brought
it
some.
now.
Yeah, we have some available to us, more than what is needed for upfront pay. It would just my accountant, and I look to it's Mariah that has higher wisdom, right?
I do.
Rise the accountant.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 3. Awesome. Yes. My accountant Mariah would have to get the funds out of our sack of mysterious wonder.
I think she says, "I trust that you're good for it. Any day that we're in particular harm's way of that nature, 5 gold. But other than that, this seems a fair deal."
Hazard pay sounds
Yes,
good.
you can call it 5 gold per dungeon day, if you will.
Okay. Like gold per day that we're in the blue. I'm like, oh shit, the DM knows something we don't.
The sad part
What
is
I'm
if
what
you-
I'm referencing is under the goods and services.
Yeah,
Escort for a day along a monster-infested road is 5 gold.
makes sense. Alrighty.
So I figure that she would probably charge roughly that if she knew she was going into a situation where she would probably or potentially fight monsters.
Sad thing is when you write it down now, it's gonna be 5 gold per double D.
That's actually considerably more if you go to several of the other brothels in the village. $1,000 platinum per year. All right. So yeah, she agrees to your terms, and she says if this goes well, she'll definitely give serious consideration to joining your guild.
Very good. Before entering this portal, we must check on a strange creature in the Mirkwood region. and then we'll head off to the portal. So the merchant will be staying in Mirkwood where it is safe, and we must get on the road though, so we're not delayed too long.
Yeah, I think she comments like, "Oh, this is why we're in such a hurry." I think she like looks back to Graves and like his horse, says, "I was wondering why we were in such a rush, but I suppose that makes sense. I have my own supplies, but only enough for a few days."
Will nod and say that you're welcome to share the supplies that we have. I brought plenty of extra rations on my horse.
She nods and gives you kind of like a prim sort of nod as a thank you. So with that, do you guys set out?
I believe
had
so.
to believe you'd be ready to set up.
Oh boy, alright. To the Mirkwood we go, within the Morash Devar.
If we were actually entering Mirkwood, I'd have a whole different set of concerns. And if that's the estate we're going to...
It's not the estate, but this kind of gives you the general feel of what places in the Morash Devar are like.
I probably make the comment, and she said she had a garden?
Yes, I wonder what she grew. Maybe this land is known for wonderful mushrooms or something like. I heard there's
Don't
some,
use the mushrooms.
some mosses that
Mushrooms
are
can
actually
be very tasty.
I have to admit, it puzzles me sometimes. I was just thinking of this song. Out of character.
Yeah.
I will say that it puzzles me. We rode here in just a few days. That more do not simply turn and ride a few days in the opposite direction of this place.
It must have its charms somewhere as I look around into the mist and the gook.
I have a friend that lives out here, as you know, but hell if I understand it.
Does that say why?
This friend, he'll be meeting us when we return, perhaps, right? If he's there in time.
Graves nods and says that I left him a note that if he arrives before I return to wait for me. I'll hopefully speak with him when I return if I arrive sooner than the rest of you.
Very good. Yes.
Perhaps he can help us with the portal if I can reach him in time.
Yeah, that was what I was going to ask. Very good.
So you begin your trek into the Morash Devar. There is a road leading southwest from town. It's on a slightly raised bit of terrain. It dips down lower and raises higher as the miles go by. You find yourself in a very moist, damp atmosphere, and the horses tromps through puddles, and occasionally the road is flooded out a little bit here and there. You spot the squiggling black line of a snake here in the puddles. I think the horses shy away a bit, but you keep on going. It becomes a fairly common sight. You even spy a few in a couple trees. The croaking of frogs, toads becomes a fairly regular thing. And you can swear that you can see some rather crooked-looking shapes that look like maybe logs moving with a slow current in the water. The water itself is fairly dirty-looking in most situations, but it's your typical marsh. But as you go on, it becomes less wooded and less dry, and vastly more swamp-like.
How dark is it out here?
So you guys are setting out in the late afternoon. it's probably getting on into evening now, and the sun is starting to wane in the sky. It's a little bit unusually dark here. There's kind of a thick layer of atmosphere that's diffusing the sunlight, so it seems a little bit darker than it should be at this time of day.
I'm trying to do something.
Okay.
I kind of have an idea how I'm going to do it. I'm going to actually try to cast light.
Okay.
And I will,
What are you casting it on?
I'm going to cast light actually on my staff, I believe. I'll have my staff out and I'll cast it on there.
So you're riding with Nemestra?
Yeah, I'll be riding either with her in the cart behind her. One
You
way
guys
or
don't
the
have a
other,
cart?
but I don't want to offend her.
You guys don't have a cart?
We don't have a cart, that's a good point. So yeah, I'll be riding with her. I'll
Okay.
be as respectful as possible. Let me roll it here. Ooh, so what I do with this is instead of casting a normal light, I'm gonna cast something that almost maybe comes off like a bit of a black light, and instead of really like lighting things, I'm thinking it's going to instead more or less repel the shadows and darkness, make them move out of our way in a small radius around us.
Okay. And yes, as had been described several times, Padine, she was walking along the road south,
that's right.
and you guys chose not to take any extra horses with you.
Yeah, I figure she could ride on my horse. That'd be fine.
People ride to a horse, as long as you're not riding a couple 100 miles. At
Yep,
this
I'll,
time, I think it's definitely getting on into evening. How does everybody feel about moving on into the Morash Devar? This is kind of a storied place for some of you. Maybe some of you don't know too much about it. It's definitely got an atmosphere to it.
It's a bit of a good place, don't you think?
Aye, stinking bugs.
All manners of foul beasts live in these swamps. One of the reasons my friend probably stayed here, there's never a lack of things to hunt in this region. Keep your eyes alert and don't step into the deep pools of water.
Well, that goes without saying. I say, eyeing one of said pools.
Yeah, I think you look over towards one of these pools of water. You can see some bubbles slowly roiling to the surface with big bloop, bloop, bloop. And as you're looking over, Mirai, you could swear for just a second you could see a face in one of these bubbles, and I think like maybe you gasp or you look very intently at it for a few seconds, and the bubble pops and the face is gone.
Yeah, about that. We should keep moving, I think.
You see something, Mirai?
No, it's nothing. Nothing at all.
At some point on the journey, as the sun continues to set, the horses become a little rattled and shy off to the left edge of the road. And it takes you a few moments to realize why. There seems to be some sort of carcass on the right side of the road. It looks to be kind of buried beneath some foliage, tangled in some brush. Looks to be, at a glance, definitely rotting.
I would
Yeah,
respect the carcass, but
Okay, go ahead.
there's all manner of beasts that could have done that. It's better we probably hurry past and hope that we do not encounter it.
What is it the carcass of? Can we tell? Or would we have to check it out?
There's a lot of bramble between you and it. It looks like it's in a slight depression near the, not necessarily near the water's edge, but like kind of near a ditch that's kind of leading out to the water. You can see like kind of a bunch of thorns that's kind of impeding your path. You think it might be some sort of deer, maybe. Like it's roughly that size. You can't actually know that though without looking. It's not like squirrel size, but it's also not
Elephant
like
size.
elephant size. Yeah.
Alrighty.
And you can hear flies buzzing by, like really relentlessly, in the bushes over there. And as you guys are passing, a few of them flutter over and start bothering you. And I think Ryland slaps a few of them away, and Aldart curses the bloody suckers of the marsh.
I'm assuming I haven't traveled through this marsh, but I've probably been through some swamps. I'm assuming this is a fairly commonplace site. It's not too terribly out of the ordinary. Or would
You
it
just said you haven't traveled through the marshes, right?
this
So how-
marsh, but other swamps I've probably traveled through on the road, and would I have seen
Well,
this type of thing before?
you said you come from Lesend and Harn, right?
And I've traveled all the way to Wrath and through Loren and those type places.
Well, Harn, Central Harn is all desert.
Yeah.
Northern Harn is mostly tundra. The only places that they would have swamps would be in Southern Harn with really thick jungles. I don't know if you've gone down there.
Nope.
Lesend is probably doesn't have too much. It has like maybe a little bit of swampland, like tiny bits around some of the coasts. The large majority of swampland is located here.
Okay.
I think, it's possible that you know a little bit about them. It's reasonable to conclude that, animals pass through here, and it's maybe not unusual for them to get trapped in the brush or get killed by a predator or something. That's something you can just conclude. Whether or not there's anything
True.
wrong with this situation is up,
Yes.
up for debate.
I'll keep my eyes open for any more. If we see a lot of it, then that's probably out of the ordinary.
So you guys continue
Not
on.
ordinary. It's still here on the road. If something killed it for food, it probably would have chugged it off.
Maybe it got scared off, though.
But unless it was smaller than its prey.
All the more reason not to stay.
On your back, Mirai, you hear. It's like there's like a movement in the bundle on your back.
What is it, little one?
You move the papoose out of the way and let its head out of the bundle, and the raptor pokes its head out into the evening air, and it kind of starts chomping its bits in the direction of whatever carcass. You can see its eyes kind of adjusting.
Does your little one need to eat?
I don't think you should be eating that. If something else didn't eat it, there's gotta be a reason.
Keep him close. He may be food to many of the things in this jungle instead. For now. When he is of age, that may change.
So you guys continue on.
Yep.
And I think you come to both another unusual part of the terrain and a decision. I've described it. There's several times that the road kind of dips down to where the elevation is not great enough to get it out of the water, and there is. It's not like it's just dipping down directly into the marsh, but there's enough puddling and rainfall here that there's maybe a 12-foot span where most of the road is definitely kind of soaked in the marsh. You can I think when you get here, you start to determine that you're having a little bit of a difficulty seeing, even with the light from Graves. His light's pushing the shadows back, but that's only pushing back to an outer range, a fixed range, and night is definitely starting to kind of approach.
Could be a good place to camp.
Well, I guess that's the question here. Would you like to continue, or would you like to try to camp for the night? I think Rylan is maybe towards the front with Mirai, and Rylan has probably made the comment, Mirai, that he's having a very hard time seeing out there. Mirai, you're having a much easier time given your goblin eyes, but it's still gotten to the point where now you're only seeing half as far into the darkened woods and over the marshy areas as you were before.
I have
And
a
it's-
question.
Yeah?
What about Graves' dark sight? How is
You
that
can
doing?
see, but that's only going to be good for you. I mean, you can try to lead people through the dark. That's certainly something you can do.
In fact, I think Graves will probably pipe up if anybody mentions stopping, saying that the way still looks clear, and I do not believe we can afford the time to take. That woman is dying, and she will be given the potion. If you wish to save both, we must thunder on.
I think you consult your maps maybe while you all are kind of here at the edge of this depression in the road. You've all kind of maybe gathered up in sort of a small herd of horses and people here, resting for a minute while you're deciding. Maybe a couple of the NPCs are discussing what their thoughts are, and you're bringing this up. You consult the map, and you can determine that it would take probably a 10 to 12 hour ride in total to get to Mirkwood. It's been about probably 4 hours. It would be something that you could do. You would have to push yourselves towards the end of the night. Normally you only travel for about 8 hours a day, but normally you also don't travel this
At
late
night.
in the day.
Yeah.
So it's certainly possible that you could do this. There might be some risks, but it's definitely possible that you could do it. Towards the end of the trip, though, you would have to start pushing yourselves.
Padane,
Also,
perhaps you
if
could
we
sing
travel,
a rousing sound or rousing song and keep us awake so we can travel through the night.
do you wish to arrive tired in the morning for the search? It may
Yeah,
be better to get a few hours sleep and arrive something like 10 or 11 in the morning.
You do
We can-
also know that there are people living at Mirkwood. It is a manor. You don't know really of what sort, but Lady Adra's family has had it for generations, and so presumably she has servants who maintain it.
I say we rest when we arrive. We'll get an hour or two then, and if our services are needed immediately, perhaps we can push ourselves briefly. Just a few more hours to solve the situation. Or others can rest while the others investigate, perhaps a bit tired. But we should get there as soon as possible. Time is of the essence, and every minute counts.
I am
That is-
inclined to head on, but if it gets too arduous tonight, we will have to rest somewhere.
We push on as long as we can. If we can arrive, we will be in much better shape.
What does everybody think of this? Haven't heard from Fergus.
Pushing on in the dark does not sound a good idea to me, but if it is necessary.
Her sands of time are running out, Fergus. Our rest is her death.
Not resting might be our deaths.
So, continuing on, let's get a, if you're going to continue on into the dark, it sounds like this is definitely going to be a perilous journey. How are we going to divide up the roles?
I think I've got to definitely be scouting under the circumstances. I'm the only one with dark.
Now,
sight.
remember, trailblazing is different than scouting. Scouting keeps an eye out for danger. Trailblazing is the person who blazes the trail, who determines how fast you're going to get there and where you're going. Two very important things. Just keep that in mind.
I think I will trailblaze. Time is of the essence,
Yeah.
it seems.
Yeah, it's probably best from our
They can ride trailblazes. I'll be definitely doing scouting in that case. I'll be keeping an eye out for danger in the dark.
I guess that leaves me with fiddles again.
Okay.
There you go. Good.
All right. Everybody, give me a roll then. Okay. All right. So you guys decide to set off through the night, and I think as you're going through this depression in the water, Graves, you notice there's an odd, oily sort of substance to the water. It's like a swirling sort of it's kind of like a swirling sort of oil on top of the water. It's not in one place, really. It's like kind of streaks leading across of it. Yeah, it's like an oily film. It's not covering the entire thing, but I think you notice it, especially like Mirai is leading up ahead, and you can see where the hoofs from her and like the legs from her horse have kind of pushed through this and kind of funneled it in different directions.
Amon takes no chances. I'm going to pull out an oil lantern from my adventuring gear, and I'm going to scream slime, and I'm going to throw the oil lantern after lighting it into the water.
Oh god.
I see this film.
Okay.
I'm concerned for different reasons now.
Yes.
Okay. So
Are we? We're in this right now.
yeah,
Is
you're
it-
currently crossing.
Oh shit.
I need everybody.
To divide
God.
danger.
Wait, we're
So-
all in the water?
We're in the water.
Approaching the water. Oh,
No,
we're
you
crossing
are all
through it.
you are all crossing it. I described that you saw it because remember, Mirai's horse was moving through it and its legs were pushing the oil out of the way. This was clearly described. So
yeah,
I
that's
clearly
bad. I
described
think
that,
we
and
were,
you
like,
still-
walking, like, there.
I'm not
Yeah,
going to let you
yeah.
backtrack on this one. I clearly described that you were going through the water, and even clearly described that Mirai's horse was pushing the water around. That
Okay, here we go.
that was just you not paying attention. Sorry. This is bad news. So you scream slime and fling, like you just quickly light your lantern. You know, you're ready. You're the scout. You're the one keeping an eye out for danger. And more importantly, like you just started scouting, and you light your lantern. Everybody else hears this and I think stops for a moment, like looking about, like what? Where's the slime? Whoever's up front, like I think Mirai, like stops and turns obviously to like look for the slime. I doubt Mirai just bolts straight ahead and runs away from the group. So everybody stops and kind of looks, and you fling the oil lantern into the water. As soon as the lantern hits the water, you would expect it to do something, either disappear, or maybe you were expecting it to light a slime on fire. Well, I'm gonna need a Defy Danger roll from everybody. Is the entire water just
Oh, God.
blazes up as the oil in the water explodes,
Oh,
and
my
all of
God.
the horses are suddenly lit on fire.
Oh Jesus.
And we rip more
Binky the
horses.
sequel.
This
Oh,
just got
boy.
very interesting. So we're gonna go down the line. Mirai, you're up front, and you hear Graves shout this, and then you look and you see like a lantern that's just been lit get flung into the water, and your eyes are tracking it. And as that happens, you see it like spinning down towards the ground or towards the water. And you see this oily film that looks like it's got like a bluish tinge to it, and like it looks literally like somebody dumped oil in the water. And you see this lamp tumbling towards it. The lamp hits the water, and there's this sudden whoosh, as this fire just like comes straight, like in seconds the entire ford is just erupting in an inferno, and the horses are freaking out. their legs are now, like, they were covered in oil, and their legs are now on fire. Mirai, what do you do?
Well, yeah. I'm trying to probably pull for the nearest ground that's not oil, and then I can certainly get a blanket or try to get the fire out of the horse. Because my God.
All right, so you're going to try to rein a hold of your horse and ride him out of the water and up onto dry land and hop off and try to douse him.
Yes.
Okay. Fortunately for you, you're the one closest to the shore that you guys are riding for, because you're the trailblazer, so you're out front. But your horse is freaking the hell out. How do you think you would normally try to rein in a horse?
I've never ridden a horse.
I would. It would be so much easier if I actually had one more point of experience, and I could actually talk to the horse. But I suppose I would just try to take a firm hand of the bit and see if I can get him to realize what I wanted. And
this sounds like charisma.
Sure, we can do.
You're trying to get him to understand what you want to do, and trying to get them to direct its fear to getting outside of the blazing inferno.
Indeed. And the answer is 11.
Yay!
All right, so Mirai, you ride the flaming horse out of the inferno. And I think you quickly jump off of the horse and you rip a blanket from your pack, and you begin to pat it down. What happens with you patting it down? You don't have to take a blanket from your adventuring gear. I'm assuming that you have a blanket. I'll give you that one. You start patting it down. Whether or not how that goes, we'll get back to you. Fergus, I think you're somewhere, probably maybe in the middle. I don't know. This is just kind of how I typically envision you, because you typically ride up towards the front, but maybe you're in the middle of this entire thing, since you like to be up front. How do you respond? Suddenly your horse is bucking, and I think you're even maybe threatened with the danger of it throwing you off. You're in deeper water, and it's like up to its elbows in fire, and it is freaking out.
Try and get the horse to dive under the water with me, and then towards shore.
So you are fording what was described as a drowned place in the road. The water is only about 1.5 feet in depth.
All right, then I go for the shore and try and get the horse to roll in the dirt, because you can't just extinguish a oil fire with water.
Yeah.
Unless you can completely submerge it. But...
So you try as well to get your horse.
There's another way to do
up
it.
onto the shore up front. You can see Mirai is up there, and she's hopping off her horse and is desperately trying to pat it off, and you can see her blanket is now on fire. Yeah, can you? I mean, it sounds to me like this is going to be a charisma roll, unless you have some other way of doing this.
Guess I'm rolling at a -1. I can't feed the horse grog, so...
Nope. That might be bad in this situation.
Oh, well.
Alright, a partial. Alright, so I think what happens is, your horse is bucking like mad. And you actually, something gets thrown off of your horse and into the water. You don't know what. And you are actually, remember, you're a dwarf. Dwarves are not meant to ride on horses. You are having a very hard time on this thing. And I think what happens is your legs come off of the horse, and there's like several moments where it's literally like riding like a bucking bronco, and you see it's not only freaking out due to the fire, but something else. You don't have time to figure out what. You're in severe danger of being thrown off the horse and into the oily, fiery water. You can try to abandon the horse and just jump from the horse and onto the land. But if you do so, you will be abandoning your horse and whatever is being carried on your horse to whatever fate befalls it. Or you can try to remain with it and get it under control, but that will mean potentially being flung off the next time you try to gain control over it, and it will certainly mean that you and your horse will be here for whatever happens next. The situation could get worse depending on what happens with other people, and the longer your horse remains in the fire. But regardless, your horse is remaining in the fire.
So on a partial, I don't make it to the shore, despite that being what I wanted to do.
Well, I guess the other alternative I'll give you is your horse can make it to the shore, but you won't.
I'll let the horse make it to the shore. Maybe he's smart enough to roll on his own. I don't know.
So like, yeah, I guess you want to, like, as you're being flung off the horse, maybe slap it with your hand right on the ass and try to scare it to the shore.
Aye.
Okay, so Fergus is flung off of his horse. He slaps it extremely hard on the ass, and with a terrified whinny, it flings itself, flaming oil everywhere, in Marai's direction, up towards the shore. And Fergus falls head first into the flaming oily water. Let's make sure. I just want to note everybody that everybody has their inventory accurately tracked for this. Anything that was on your horse, Fergus, please
There's
make a
nothing
note
on the
of.
horse.
You don't have any extra supplies or anything?
Nope.
I
Okay.
have all my horse supplies noted. Very carefully.
Okay. All right. So the horse bolts up to the dry land. Graves, you fling your oil lantern into the water. The water explodes, and chaos and fire erupt.
Do I have time to cast almost a reflective spell? Because what I'm thinking right now, I trust my passenger so implicitly, I'm assuming she'll take over if I stop telling the horse what to do, and I'm going to instead try to cast Shield of Faith and summon a Shield of Shadows to perhaps part the explosion around the horse.
Well,
if I have time to do that.
you can try to do that, but it will be at disadvantage due to the freaking out horse, because you have not yet regained it, and this is your chance to act, and she's not going to just automatically calm the horse down in time for you to do this. She might, after you do it, do something beneficial, maybe. It'll depend on what happens.
My
It's certainly
opinion level is
possible.
So high, I might be in error, but my opinion is so high, I'm going to do it. I think she can totally do this, even if she can't totally do this.
Oh boy.
I'm trusting her with it. I'm gonna try it. Rolling disadvantage. Dear Lord, help me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Come on, one more partial, please. Yes.
Oh, wow.
I will take.
That was very
nothing
close.
over the spells. Oh God.
All right, Shield of Faith. Using your holy symbol, you create a partial bubble of barely visible force in a 180-degree arc before you. You and anyone or anything within the confines of this arc are shielded from nearly any harm, magical or otherwise. However, you must maintain concentration to do this. Now, keep in mind, your horse is already on fire. But you could potentially use this to like run through without parting the fire, maybe. But
That's kind of what I was thinking. Maybe,
yeah, you
I
can't
figured you'd be
beat
able to
the
steer us
explosion
out.
of fire to do this. Like, it was already described.
Yeah, I know. I'm definitely gonna be. We're gonna be on fire. I'm hoping that this will let us like plow through and get out of here effectively. I'm trying to shield us, and it's up to her what she does with the horse or what happens with the horse now. It's in her hands.
Okay. So yeah, you form this kind of magical shield of shadows in front of you. And I think you and everybody behind you in the line is at least partially shielded. I think she reaches back from behind you and tries to grab hold of the reins and steady the horse. The horse begins freaking out, and I need you, please, to roll. You'll be rolling just a flat 2d6, Graves.
Oh, crap.
Okay, you don't mark experience for that because that wasn't technically your roll.
Oh yeah.
Well, you know what? You didn't.
You get deals with him because he's on the same damn horse.
Yeah, what this was a loyalty roll to see if she could do what he wanted her to do. But the problem is he didn't actually tell her to do anything. It's a little
She's at
vague.
0 loyalty? Wow.
Literally just got
Doesn't matter.
paid to join
Yeah,
this. This
true.
is exactly
So
what
she hasn't
my
even been
loyalty is.
paid yet.
Yeah.
True,
That
yes.
was like a day ago. I'm loyal to her only because I'm drugged.
Yeah. And like, I mean, there are like, for instance, Calvin I think has a loyalty of 2, and that's after going through a lot with you
Yeah,
guys.
true.
So, actually, you know what? Mark down XP for that, because what happens is she does try to get a grip of the horse, but she is surprised by what happens first. Like, she is surprised that you don't try to get a hold of the horse, and she's in fact surprised that you start casting this magic. I think what this role represents is she is not used to working with you, and she is not able to get a handle of the situation in time. You hear her curse, and she says like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And then suddenly the horse bucks, and she is thrown off into the water.
Oh, poop.
And I think Graves, I'll let you make a defy danger roll to see if you're thrown into the water with her.
Oh boy. What skill would that be? Dex or strength in this case?
How would you try to do it?
Probably grab the horse's reins, try and hold it as hard as I could, and dig in. Maybe Constitution, even though that's not my favor. I mean, I'm not sure if that'd be strength or Constitution.
No, that would not be Constitution. I don't think so. Constitution would be like doing something about bearing the fire. I think holding on would probably just be strength.
Here we go on another +1.
Oh, nice.
Okay, yeah. So you
Okay.
don't get flung off into the water with her. Her loyalty might have gone down.
Yeah.
Padine, you are witnessing this catastrophe unfolding
Of the
before
utmost
you.
magnitude, yes.
You see Aldart
Good. I
in
was going to ask
the
about him.
midst of this. I think he's near Graves, and I think Calvin is riding near him. I think the only person further back behind you is probably Rylan. I think he's probably riding in the very back.
Are they far enough back that they're probably going to go backwards to get out of there? Perhaps. or would it be better for them to go backwards to get out of this? Or
It's
are we all
debatable
midway?
as to what Calvin is far enough to where he's like equidistant. He might go forward. Aldar is just far enough back where it would technically be shorter distance to get out of this to go backwards, although he'd have to turn his horse around, although he is no horseman. And you can see he is currently pulling a Fergus and is being tumbled off of his horse. Calvin has ridden up next to him and has masterfully tried to get a hold of his own horse and is trying to calm down Aldart's horse as well, but he's not having much luck. You can't see what Rylan is doing because Rylan is behind you, and he's probably the only one who's only like ankle deep in terms of his horse in the oily water. But what do you do as this is all unfolding?
Quick question, and on top of this, I think you mentioned the canopy of this area. Is it completely clear of any trees, or are there trees relatively nearby?
It's like imagine this picture, but much more sparse. Like see the woods on the western or the left side of the road. Imagine they were replaced with the woods on the right side. Much more sparse,
okay,
and the whole thing is the whole thing is kind of sunk down in this section beneath the water for like 12 to 16 feet. For a good foot and a half in the deepest section.
All right. Well, what I'm looking then to try to do is I'm going to get up on my horse by use of my strider's boots and an acrobatic feat, and jump to Aldart's horse, and then jump with him clear to a tree, if at all possible. Is there one in the area that I could do this with, or would I just be jumping to his horse and hoping to God?
You could jump. There is a tree that you could feasibly jump to. The acrobatic part of this
is going to take a defy.
Not a problem.
Oh, really? Okay.
You will have to defy with strength, however,
when
because
I grab
Aldart
him.
Gotcha. Is a fat ass.
Oh, really? Okay.
And you're gonna have to be jumping with him to the tree and holding on to the tree. So no problem for you being fairly dexterous, climbing up onto your horse, abandoning it, clicking your heels, activating your boots, and doing like a Luke Skywalker triple somersault forward, landing on the back of Aldart's horse, like perfectly balanced, grabbing him, and then trying to jump off his horse with that. And I think as you do that, like Calvin looks over from just like a foot in front of him where he's desperately trying to maintain hold on both horses, even though I think Calvin's legs are now on fire. At least his boots are, because you're that deep in the water. And he looks and he's shocked to see you just land on the horse and then grab Aldart. And Aldart's freaking out. Do you want to give me a defy danger with strength to see if you can make it off of this launch yourself with this horse?
Ooh.
Okay. So something happens as you jump that is not good. Give me a minute to think about this.
Damn, that means because I'm gonna have to do just about anything to get him clear, so I'm gonna be losing something more than likely, unless.
All right, so you grab him. You grab him, and a bunch of I think like he's got some things on his saddle that he was like not necessarily grabbing a hold of to like make away with, but like he was grabbing hold of to hold on to. They come open and spill into the water. Like his bags just start falling in, and you grab him, and you don't have like a great hold over him, and he has no idea you're about to do this, and you grab him and you try to jump with him to this nearby tree. The horse collapses down beneath you as you jump off of its back. Like a guy landing on top of it while somebody else is already on top of it is a little bit much to begin with, and then you leaping off of it is too much. And the fact that it's on fire is the last straw. It begins to collapse down beneath you, and I think you can see it slams into Calvin's horse and probably presents some danger to him. But you are concerned with as you jump away, you can feel some tearing. You have Aldart right up against your body, and you can feel like either his clothes or yours, or maybe some of your gear start to tear away, and you're not sure what. You have a choice. You can try to firmly grab a hold of Aldart and make it to this tree. I guess I'm going to give you a couple choices here. You can try to make it to this tree, and with both you and Aldart, you can like reaffirm your hold on him and do whatever possible. But if you do that, you can feel something pretty substantial on your person definitely come loose and starting to fall away. I think the other alternative is, I guess your third alternative, or your second alternative is to let go of Aldart and to jump for the tree and safety yourself with whatever it is you are about to lose. It might even be multiple things. I guess your third choice is you can fall short of the tree and land maybe hip deep in the fiery water.
With him.
Both of you. Yes. I think you'll probably land with the momentum near whatever it is that you're about to lose, but it will too be in the fiery water too. So there is a risk that whatever it is, like all of you will be taking some sort of fire damage. If it's something that could be potentially destroyed by fire, it's a risk, but you might be able to get, if it's not, you might be able to get out with just some damage to yourself and Aldart. Whether or not you can put it out immediately is another matter, but I think those are your three choices. You can like kind of abort your jump and land like hip deep, maybe a little bit less, like thigh deep, you're hoping, in the water, close to the northern end, or the far end, like the place where you were going. So it's within feasible distance of getting out of the water.
Okay. Oh gosh, yeah, this is a tough choice. Dang. I think I'm gonna have to go for the middle choice of the middle of the where we all take damage, perhaps an object and both of us, because I don't think I want to lose something permanently, for sure, and I don't think I want to drop Aldart and lose him for sure.
Okay.
So gonna go with we catch fire and lose an item right there on the shore, also on fire perhaps, and then go.
Yeah,
go
anything that's flammable is potentially open.
Yes,
open
for
game
destruction.
All right. So you leap off of the horse and you both land like barely able to stand. I think maybe Aldart sinks down to his knees and the fire goes up to his hip or to his chest for a few moments because he just was not expecting to land, and you quickly get him to your feet. Both of you have like fire at various points in your body, you start to try to get your bearings as you land. We will come back around to Mirai. Mirai, you are desperately trying to pad off your horse.
Indeed.
Fergus is the only one who has made it to your side of the ford, and well, actually, no, Fergus hasn't. Fergus's horse has. Yeah. It's another Binky moment. Oh, God. At least its mane isn't on fire. Your horse, Mirai, is only on fire up to the knees. But as you're trying to pad it out, the horse is, like, kicking and stomping. You feel very frightened that it might just, like, boot you in the face.
Yes, very understandable.
The other thing is, as you're trying to pad it off, your towel, or your blanket rather, gets some of this oily substance off of it, and also catches fire, at least on the other side. Now, whether or not your blanket will completely incinerate very quickly is another matter, but it is now on fire as well. Your horse is freaking out. People are now in the oily fire. How do you respond, Mirai? Oh, and your raptor on your back is just freaking out. He is just, and I think you can feel him clawing to get out of your papoose.
I probably throw the flaming blanket down, and I probably take a few. I pull my bow and I try to use the concussive blast to put out the fire that's on my horse from the thunder arrow.
Oh, that's interesting. This will require, I think, maybe a very skilled roll here to determine just how exactly is the best method of firing off this concussive arrow, which was enough to knock out 3 people, in such a manner to blow out the fire. This is kind of leaning to me towards intelligence. Like, where is the best place to, like, what is the best method to fire this arrow? Like, if you fire it directly beneath it, is it just going to blow the horse up into the sky? Is it like do you have any better options? I'm definitely kind of leaning towards intelligence for this, but I'm willing to hear others.
It probably is intelligence. It's gonna be a flat roll for me, so it's gonna be ugly. But I don't have any other options.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very clever thing to do. Maybe not smart, but it's very clever. And you pull the arrow out. It could work. It could work. If you describe to me how you would do this in such a manner that I would actually believe it, I might give you a +1.
The only way I can think of this to ever work, I don't want to shoot the horse with it because that's horrible. I'd probably be shooting somewhere near the horse, and even though the horse would probably fall unconscious from it, I'd probably be okay with that because then the horse would no longer be burning.
Where exactly is near the horse?
I guess underneath of it because that's like I have to shoot the ground essentially, or it won't really trigger.
Okay, I'll give you a +1. Unconsciousness is definitely on the table, but I'll still give you a +1. I think theoretically this could work. It's a good thing you had that +1. Okay. So mark down that you've used your specialty arrow.
Indeed.
And you fire. I think you fire the arrow off, and it fires into the mud directly beneath it, and it explodes in a very Band of Brothers artillery-like explosion. Mud goes everywhere. And how far back were you when you did this?
Probably like 5 feet or so, 5-10 feet. Something.
Okay. So the arrow goes off. The horse is blown upward, like maybe just like 8 inches, because it's like a freaking horse. It weighs, I think, is weigh like more than 1,000, like close to 1,000 pounds. I don't know. It's a lot. The horse is not like blown GTA style into the sky, but it is blown upwards off of its feet, and more importantly, the horse is knocked out. It is freaking unconscious, which might be a benefit for you in the long run now that it's like no longer freaking out from the fire. The mud in combination with the concussive blast managed to blow out the fire on its legs. The horse is knocked out. It flies. It doesn't fly, but it lands on its side with a heavy thump. And I think it slides down a little bit from the embankment, but not back towards the fire. A little bit into the grass towards the west. The downside is that the explosion does 2 other things. It knocks you head over heels backwards because you are a goblin, not a horse, and you go flying backwards. Mud flashing into your face, into your eyes. I think maybe a few bits of grass. Like, who would think grass could act as shrapnel? But flying at that speed, it feels like glass. instead of grass. I think you probably get hit with a few stones. Can you roll a d4? Probably not going to do much. Yeah, so 2. You still have armor, so armor blocks that if you have any at all. You get knocked back like 5 feet. I think like you're just like briefly stunned and dazed from this. You get knocked into some muddy grass nearby, like it's wet. There's mud and water kind of like seeping out over you. You're utterly drenched. And the last thing that happens is Fergus's horse was not, unfortunately, close enough to be put out by the blast. It was, however, close enough to get utterly scared, like, to hell by this thunder crack. I mean, like, horses in an age of guns get scared of guns. This is an age where this is not a common thing. Fergus's horse just pulls a binky. I'm sorry, Fergus. It runs, and it runs, and it runs, and it disappears off into the night with flaming legs. Good job, Mirai. I think you managed to at least save your horse, and maybe yourself. Fergus. Wow, who would have thought this would have gone so wrong 5 seconds into the perilous adventure? Fergus, you find yourself underwater. Well, I guess not technically underwater. It's only 1.5 feet. You find yourself drenched in water and mud, and there are stomping horses all about you. Horses that are much bigger than you. And to make things worse, the surface of the water is on fire, and it's an oil fire. I think you're stunned, but you still have your wits about you. Like there's a few moments where you're beneath the water, and or in the water, and you're gathering yourself, and the flames do some damage to you. Can you roll a? I'm thinking this is probably a D4, but it's probably not going to be stopped by armor. And then we'll see what you do. Okay, so you get it pretty bad. I think this represents like this oil soaking into your hair and into your beard, and into like parts of your armor and stuff as it's burning. So how does Fergus deal with the situation? There's horses stomping around and the water's on fire.
I guess he'd be like, and attempt to
Your beard's on fire.
splatter, dunk his beard under the water, so he save that part and try and fish my way to the shore, I guess.
So you're trying to like army crawl through the flaming water.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. This sounds like maybe you're enduring it. Like your back is probably going to be on fire. And whatever, like, do you have a backpack? That's
I guess it's pretty much
like,
everything I'm carrying, though.
Yeah.
I really don't
like,
want that to be messed up either. So I don't know.
Well, that's the thing. Like, if you're crawling,
I wish this water were about 2 foot deeper.
unfortunately, it's not. Like, I described it at a certain depth, and that could be beneficial to some people, but unfortunately not beneficial for what you're doing. You can crawl, but it means that, like, your back and anything on your back is going to be in the oily fire. It sounds like you're trying to endure through this and crawl to the shore. Is this accurate?
Is there a way that I can prevent my pack from taking damage but take more damage myself?
Can you think of a way?
Spiral through the water? That's about all I can really think of at this point. Because you can't just slough off oil. It doesn't work that way.
No, it doesn't. Spiraling through the water like an alligator.
Yep,
I don't
that's
think
roll.
it would. I don't think it would work. I like if you did that, I would let you try it, but it would be at it it might not even be a disadvantage. It might be at penalty and disadvantage. I'm trying to think of a fair way to do this, because essentially your pack has like a bunch of stuff in it. I'm not looking at it, but I'm assuming it has a bunch of stuff in it. And this is only 1.5 feet of water. You're wearing armor, and you're trying to roll through it, and the pack itself would inhibit you from rolling. And every time you came back up, your face would be on fire, and then you'd roll again, and the pack would be on fire. And so, like, part of like a partial success would be like you take more damage, and your pack still takes damage. Maybe not like destroyed damage, but like you could try to do this alligator roll and keep turning to keep rotating bits of you into the water and out of the fire. But the likelihood that it's going to be a pure success is extremely low. I think I'm going to have to. It would be a disadvantage with the penalty.
I tried anyway.
Okay. So give yourself a -1 and roll with disadvantage. It still might come out on top.
On dex?
No.
Or
No. This is con. You're trying to endure it. I know you have a really high con score, so it still could work.
I'm gonna click the button twice, just reduce it by 1.
Okay. All right. That's unfortunate. I mean, it was a really hard thing. It was an inventive way. It could have worked. It almost worked, in fact. But I think part of the other problem is the stomping horses and chaos. And the other, like, you can't, if you come out of the water. I'm trying to explain where this penalty on top of the disadvantage is coming from. If you come out of the water and try to look for the shore, like, your face is essentially covered in oil and on fire. So this is an extremely difficult task. I think what ends up happening is Fergus, mark XP. You start alligator rolling out into the marsh. And you start alligator rolling into like deeper and deeper water, and you're like, oh yes, this is good, this is good. But by the time that happens, there has definitely been some damage to both you and the pack, and you do not end up on dry land. You end up out of the fire. I'll give you that, even though it was a failure. But take another D4 damage, and I will think about what happens. Like, when you go to inspect your pack, we'll determine what happens with that. Oh man,
wow. Nice
Fergus with those rolls. I am so sorry. All right, so Memon, Mr. Graves, you are holding on to your horse, and
Quick question: Did my spell drop because I held on to the horse? That was a question. If your concentration's broken, the spell gets dropped. Also, you take a -1 ongoing if the thing you're trying to protect takes damage. I'm not sure if either one of those things applies to me.
no. If you had dropped off your horse, then yes, but it's still up. So you feasibly have some way of parting the fire. Whether or not it will slosh back into place afterwards is a different thing entirely. But yeah, I think you're looking around. You can see. I think you're looking around. You hear an immense explosion from the northern bank, and you see Mirai flying through the air. You see a horse running off. You see another horse just flop down into the ground. Padine jumps into the darkness, and you see him like land in the water about like 12 feet to your northeast. Pretty deep into the water with Aldart. You see Calvin, who was, I think his horse gets hit by another horse, and both horses stumble and fall into the water. And Padine's horse, it looks like turns around and starts making its way towards the southern the southern bank. What do you do?
I can't leave my good friend Nemestra. Did I see where she went down?
You can only assume she is like if you turn around, she comes up out of the oily water, and her hair and her skin, and she's on fire.
Okay.
Well, actually, let me read Shield of Faith. Partial
It's
bubble.
180 out. Towards
180
the front.
before you, yeah, and she fell
Yeah.
off behind you. So, like, yeah, you turn, you look behind you, and you can see she's in this like 1.5 feet deep worth of water. She's like on her butt, and she's like just come up out of the water, and she's screaming as she's drenched in fiery oil.
Oh, this is not good. Let me think of what I could potentially do to help her because I need to do that. Alright, before I figure out what I'm going to do for her, how is the path between me and dry land looking as far as fire goes?
Quite a lot. Well, actually, the fire, as you bubble up this spell, starts to push outward in an arc away from you, and I think that's actually how. Calvin, even though he falls into the water with his horse, does not. His horse and Aldart's horse do not end up on fire. They fall into the water, and they're within your protective semicircle. So the holding it there, you actually have a clear range to the northern shore. Like the fire has been pushed away somehow. Like it looks like the oil is still there, but the fire itself has just been like magically pushed away by the bubble.
Okay, so with that speaking, oh man, I need to figure out what I can do. Do I have, and this is a terrible time to have these tags, anything in my hunter's bag or adventuring gear that would perhaps help douse fires?
It's possible. I will ask you what sort of, it wouldn't be adventuring gear. I can't think of any common gear that would help douse fires. I would ask you, what sort of creature would you potentially have something that would douse fires?
Actually, 3 come to mind. Dragons, fire elementals, and those complete dick goblins and how they love their oil.
Yeah. I think maybe... if you reach into your pouch, you might have a single vial of essentially like anti-flame. It's you don't know exactly how it works. It's very expensive, but if you break it open and you throw it into an area, I think it should douse fires, maybe even magical fires in a small radius, like maybe somewhere between like 8 to 10 feet, depending on it.
If I can manage to do it,
It's like an anti-fire grenade, I think.
No, this is gonna break my shield because I'm gonna have to focus on something else. I will do that. I'm going to break this fire grenade, and as soon as I get kind of close over to where that woman is, if I can potentially get the horse to turn around to her, and I'm just going to try and douse it over both her and the horse if I can. It's got
Okay.
that kind of radius.
Yeah, so like I think you can turn around and just break it on your horse's flank, and the contents will spell out over the horse and the woman down below you, and like a good radius of the water around you. Now, whether or not like I think the water there'll be like a fluid state of water that's no longer on fire, and that will probably shift. It's not going to be a sedentary circle that's like 10 feet in diameter, but there will be some area of water that's now doused, and you and her will be doused. The only thing I'm going to need from you is a dex check, probably, unless you have some other way of doing this, because your horse is still... It's not on fire, but it's still freaking out. It could be Dex, it could be Cha, maybe, like to calm your horse down, or it could be
I would
Dex
go
to
with
act
attempting
in
to calm
spite
my
of
horse down.
your horse. Okay.
I'm much more the type that would go with the try to talk the horse down than try to kick it in the ass. Unless, since it's my horse. If it's someone else's horse, I might have a different view.
I think this is actually the horse that you went through everything in the Tower of Vidoriath with,
Oh, hell yeah!
because it survived due to the timeline manipulation. This is that same horse. So yeah,
Damn.
yeah, you can calm it down long enough to smack the vial open, but I think as you do that, I think you already have your hunter's bag open, and you see like the contents start to fall out into the water. You can definitely douse the fire here. If you do so, however, you're going to lose some of the contents of your hunter's bag into the water. Like you didn't have time to close it, and even though you were in the process, like it's relatively calmed down, the horse is still freaking out because of something else. There is another factor here, and you realize that it's not just the fire, and it's like in the back of your mind that like the horse is freaking out for another reason as well.
That's not good. Yeah, I will let the items fall out. As bad as it says, how many do I lose?
You lose. Roll 1d2. Roll low.
Well, there's a 50% chance
Of
of
course,
that.
I lose 2.
Yeah, you lose
Damn it.
2 uses. I think two fall into the drink.
Oh,
But-
Hunter's bag. I barely knew you. It's already down to 2 of 5.
Well, fortunately, this use does put out the flame on Nemestra, who's like I think still screaming reflexively, and probably because she's been burned. But yeah, it puts her out. Probably saves her life. Padine, you
Yes.
land in the water.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, I think just outside of the protective bubble that only stays up for like 6 or 7 seconds and then disappears. And then when that bubble disappears, the flame immediately enters back into the area again. But you and Aldart land into the water, and you are on fire as well. Can you give me a D4 roll?
Sure.
Oh, that's good. So somehow you got really lucky. Maybe the splash knocked most of it onto Aldert.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're here, like I think hip deep in the water, and you're like grabbing onto Aldert, and you are on fire. Like bits of your clothing and your gear is on fire. You're not taking a lot of damage yourself, but Aldert's on fire as well. What is your first priority?
Quick question. What is the date? Trying to see if something is reset.
It is the... I believe it is the 4th of Violet Ascending.
Violet Ascending. Okay, that's not good for that then. Dang, it's only been that? Wow, okay. When did I use it last?
What are you thinking about the dirge?
The dirge, yeah.
When was the last time you used it?
That's a good question.
We used it in the future.
I wasn't in the future. Padine wasn't in the future. It was Lotho.
Didn't you use it last month?
I think the last time I used it was against the brigands, the bandits.
Oh,
So
did you?
That must have been, I guess, the 20th of Red.
No, you mean the ones that you fought with Nemestra?
No.
No,
No, the ones...
before we went to the future.
Yeah.
Oh,
'Cause I had marked it down a long time ago, but
Well,
then
it
this
rolls
went
over
back and
every
forth.
new moon.
Telemon died. Holy crap.
it rolls
Yeah.
over every new moon, so it would be fine.
Well, it hasn't been that long in actual time because we went back in time and we ended up here.
Yeah,
No, it's
that's
not.
true.
It's not 30 days. It's every new moon. You're in a new month.
Ew. Okay.
It
Oh,
does. It does not say
Gotcha.
30 days. It says every new moon.
Lunar
You
cycle.
are in
Okay.
Violet Ascending.
Alrighty. So
It's on lunar cycle, not days.
gotcha. Alrighty.
So yeah, you have that.
Yeah, I'm debating whether or not to use that. Does it appear that Kelvin and Rylan are safe-ish, or are they in danger, in peril?
Kelvin's horse has toppled into the water, as well as Aldart's. Kelvin's water is swiftly filling back up with fire, but he seems to be trying to tread water towards the area that that Graves has extinguished. Rylan has managed to secure your horse, Padine, and
nice.
is on the southern side of the embankment and seems to be trying to calm both horses down. And it looks like he's trying to figure out how he can help from there without necessarily, like, it looks like he's on the verge of diving into the water to help Nemestra, but like as he sees her get put out, it looks like he's looking around for new targets to help.
Alrighty. I think, let's see, I think I'm just going to try to do a jump to, because I'm going to be walking, a jump with Aldart, who's next to me, I'm assuming still, when we hit the ground, or hit the water.
You're in the water. You're both there.
Okay, so grabbing him and jumping free from the water to the shore would probably be what I need to do now.
Okay.
I'll
Yeah, you
focus
can
on.
expend your last charge from the Strider's Boots and try another strength roll.
Okay. Not too bad. Still a choice, so probably not as bad as the choices last time. Maybe.
I think this time it's actually going to be very similar. You're trying to leap out of the water, and you realize that your boots are sunk down into the muck, and you're trying to get your boots free when something rubs up against you beneath the water.
Ooh.
Something big. Aldart screams, and something begins to wrap itself around your thigh. You're still aflame. You have a choice. You can jump without Aldart, because I guess the thing here is it's going to take all of your effort to release Aldart. Do you have like a dagger?
I have a sword.
You'll have to grab your sword and stab down into whatever it is to get it to potentially release you.
That
so
could be
you
really
can,
bad.
So you can.
It's the sword of Vermilion.
So you can jump. That's literally your only weapon.
I think so.
Wow. Okay.
I have a rapier, but that's not a dagger type thing. It's not going to do a lot of cutting me free.
Yeah. You're going to have to expend some sort of amount of effort to get this thing to let go of you. But the thing is, it seems like it's got hold of Aldart as well. It doesn't seem like there's... I think what you could do is you could potentially free Aldart and push him towards the shore, or you could try to free yourself. Or you could try to, I guess, turn and fight this thing, like directly. I guess you probably wouldn't do that without freeing Aldart first. So I guess, yeah, your choices here are free yourself or free Aldart, because there is definitely something starting to take hold of both of you. You're in hip-deep water, partially submerged in the muck, and you are not able to completely jump free.
I think I'm going to get Aldart free and have him go to the shore and put
Okay,
him
so you
out of danger.
you get your sword out. Which sword?
It's gonna have to. Would the rapier be able to cut this thing or not?
It would be
Does
difficult.
it have a blade?
I mean, yeah, rapiers have. You're thinking of a foil.
Okay, then yes.
Foils are
a
completely
rapier.
different than a rapier. Rapiers do have blades.
Good. I'll use that then.
Yeah, you could use this. It would be hard to use it in super close quarters, but like freeing Aldart, it would be much easier because he's a little bit further away.
Okay, good. I'll use that then to do that.
Yeah, so you could free Aldart and then like shove him away, and I think you start to get dragged, like dragged under the flaming water. Like you're not all the way under, but like you get dragged up to your chest now,
Which is much better than being stuck in gold there
Yeah.
in the flame.
Yeah, just imagine if it turned to gold or stone.
Yeah, that'd be tough. Gold would be worse.
Or,
Stone I
or
could
if
deal
it was
with.
invisible.
Yeah,
So
that
yeah,
would be good
so
either.
you get pulled further into the water. We have this Luke on the Death Star scene almost.
Yep.
And I think we go back to Mirai. Mirai, you are spread eagle in a mud version of a snow angel, and you are lying in a puddle of grass and mud, and you hear chaos and horses screaming and stuff all about you.
Indeed. The fire's still burning, obviously.
Yeah, if you like get up onto your elbow and you look out, you can see a good portion of the fire is out, but there is still fire in the fort, and it looks like it's. If you're looking, it looks like it's kind of like in streaks almost, back and forth across the ford. Very odd.
I guess I would look for someone to try to help if they're still in the fires. If I'm out of it, my horse is unconscious but not burning for now. So I'd probably help someone else trying to burning try to get out if possible.
Yeah, you can see Aldart sloshing his way, still on fire, like screaming and panting towards you. Really, he's the closest. I think you can see Padine. If you're looking in that direction, you can see Padine is up to like nipple height, with a sword raised over his arm, and he's obviously slashing down at something. It's very clear that like something's going on there, and he's got like fire up to his chest. Graves is out in like a spot that is apparently not on fire, and there's a few people kind of congregating around him. And I think, I think that's like the immediate situation that you can gather. I think the other thing you realize is there is a lightness on your back.
Oh no. I'll deal with that in a moment, but I need to try to get Aldrich. I keep trying to say his name. It's not Aldrich, is it?
It's Aldart.
Aldart. I've been playing too much Dark Souls. I keep thinking Aldrich. Yeah, I try to get Aldart out of the water and try to get him to not be burning, because he's our employer. Damn it.
User disconnected from your channel.
All right, so yeah, you rush forward and try to help Aldart out of the water. He is on fire up to his probably his navel. Looks like he's been covered in fiery, oily water. It's not a raging inferno, but like the guy is on fire. Like there's like an inch of fire on him. And he's just like screaming like, "Help! Help me! Oh gods, help me!"
I tried to take the mud and see if I can get that to put out the fire, like to slather him in mud, if that's what it takes.
Do you like grab him and throw him into the mud and just start like throwing mud on him and rolling him around, that sort of thing?
Yeah.
Okay. What stat are you arguing for here? You know, this is probably not a stat. Taking long enough to do it, you can just do it. It'll take like, 10 or 15 seconds at the very least, but like you can throw him into the mud and start putting the fire out probably. Like you realize you have to suffocate the oil after a few attempts, like you have to cover it up.
Yeah. That's what the original tip with the blanket was, but it catches
Yeah.
fire. And I can't think of anything that's not flammable that could do the.
Fortunately,
same
there's a
thing as
lot
an
of mud
adventure
here. Yeah, fortunately, there's a lot of mud here. So yeah, it's going to require a significant adventure of your investiture of your time and effort. But yeah, you can throw them into like what is probably a crocodile pit of sorts. Like crocodiles pull themselves up onto land and start rubbing themselves about, and it gets muddy in there. You can probably throw them in there; it'll be fine. You can deal with a crocodile. So yeah, you start helping Aldart. Fergus, you come up with a you're out in the marsh. You're no longer on fire, although it feels like it, like your skin is tinged, your beard is singed. I think you're out in the darkness, and if you're looking about, you can see that there's like a glow from your east. It seems like you've swam a little bit to the west. You're in probably like 2.5 feet or 3 feet of muck in swamp water. There's the occasional rise here with some grass, but then it goes back into the swamp. And you've pulled yourself into a position to catch your breath.
I'd probably kind of pull myself over toward the shore, be like, and like splish my way out and be like, welcome to the Morass Devar, I guess.
Yeah, you're like you look like the swamp thing as you're pulling out, just like utterly covered in mud and soot from this fire. Yeah, you start pulling yourself out, and I think like you can ironically see Marai's horse passed out on the nearest embankment. You start maybe heading your way towards that.
Yeah, sounds good.
I think you reach there. You find the horse is unconscious but alive, and you can see the scene as described going on. Do you try to take stock? Do you try to set out to do anything else immediately? Do you just take a breather? This has been a bad day for Fergus.
It has been a bad day for Fergus. I probably just examine the situation to see if there's any way I could help, but I don't believe there is.
Have
Just
I
look
got
over the
blub, blub,
place,
blub
I
under
guess.
the water by this thing that's dragged me?
You're like armpit level right now.
Okay.
You can see Padine maybe 35, 40 feet away. Just like there's a slight raise here in the terrain that's keeping it out of the water, and just over that you can see Padine. There's like a glint of his rapier, and he seems to be slashing down into the water. It looks like he's almost completely in the water. You can see Marai rolling, presumably Aldart around in the mud trying to put him out.
Oi,
Yeah,
Padine! Do you not be able to swim?
That's true. He doesn't know.
Oh God! All right, so yeah, Padine's looking like he's having some problem out there in the firewater.
I guess I'd try to make my way closer to the shore near Padine.
Okay.
It might
Are you
take me
trying
a little
to?
bit.
Okay.
So.
Graves, you are on your horse, standing in a kind of wavery section of not flaming water, and Calvin, coughing, has crawled his way into your section. There's two flailing horses nearby that are partially on fire, partially not. Like they're trying to get out of the oily water, and Nemestra is there as well.
I'm going to rip one of the healing potions off my pack. I'm going to jump off my horse, and I'm going to hand the potion over to Demestra and say, get it back to land, get out of the water, and I'll try to help both of them onto my horse and get it away.
Nemestra and who? You said both?
You said that somebody else came out of the water? In my area?
Calvin.
I'll try to help Calvin and Demestra onto my horse and get it away.
You're not gonna be able to help Calvin. He's got like plate mail, or it's not full plate. It's probably split mail, but he's utterly soaked in water. And you're standing in a ford. I think he starts stumbling towards the southern end of the the ford.
Okay, I'll just help her, and then I'll tell her to get going. And
Okay. Yeah, you
do
put
I
her
see
up on
anybody
the.
else that's in trouble? Do I see anybody else in trouble?
You put her up on the horse after handing her the healing potion. You can hear her moaning in pain as you send her off towards the south. And I think you're starting to look around for people who are in trouble. You see Padine, who's very far away, and obviously in a deep section of the marsh. When you hear Rylan yell from behind, "Graves, over there! There's something in the water!" And you can, if you turn around and you see him, he's pointing. He's with one hand as he's drawing his bow. And you can like look out into the water, and you can see in a section of the water on the western side, it looks like a large black squiggle making its way through the water towards the horses that are still flailing about in the water.
Oh boy. I'm gonna scream out of the water, and I think I'm gonna hit the button or hit the lever on my staff that'll kick out the retractable blades and start making my way like I've got a spear over my head in that direction.
Okay, so you're gonna go back into the water.
Back towards the horses. Well, hopefully they're going the other direction.
They're in the water.
I'm going back into the water to try and go for the horses.
Okay. All right. So Graves prepares himself. One of the horses is back up and is like stumbling into the fire and up towards the northern shore. The other one is still in the water. And I think as you're moving towards it, Graves, a large black thing wraps itself around the horse and begins to pull it into the water. And the horse like starts to flail about. But we get to Padine first. Padine, this thing is wrapped about you, and you feel I think like you're trying to fight it, and it takes you a few moments to realize. And I'm going to need another D4 roll from you since you're still in the fire, by the way. It takes you a few moments to realize that you're still on fire. You know.
Ouch.
There is heat coming from beneath the water as well. This thing that's wrapped around you is burning hot.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
You're struggling with it, and it's trying to pull you into the Morash Devar.
Let's see here. I think I'm going to... Yeah... Would cutting this with the rapier be at a difficulty? Would I know that?
Yes.
Since it is pulling me. Oh, crap.
Mm-hmm. It is essentially grappling you, and rapier is not a weapon.
The best weapon.
It's like that
you were able,
from Dead Space.
Yeah, you were able to use it to help Aldar because he was...
away.
Yeah, he was further away.
Oh, poop. Damn. Do I want to pull the Chaos Blade and perhaps be permanently stuck here in gold?
TikTok. I think even
I'll
as this
maybe do that.
happens, you feel something sharp. Two things pierce your thigh.
Okay, I'm gonna try
a
to cut
pair
myself.
of very long fangs.
Ouch. Yeah, I'm gonna have to try to cut myself free with the Vermilion Chaos Blade. I'll pull that out and cut.
Okay.
Is that a strength check?
Yeah. Do it at a -1
Okay. I'll do
because you
this
are
roll minus
you are
one.
currently entangled.
So
Ooh, God.
10.
-1. Padine doesn't care.
Yeah.
Give me
But-
a D10 roll.
Yes, got that going. This could be very bad.
What is
Turns
it
to
doing?
stone. Oh
Okay.
God.
Could be worse. Could have been
Oh
worse.
God.
Stone I
Depends on
can,
the depth of the water.
stone I can deal with.
Being locked in a
So-
stone thing when you're underwater is bad, though.
Yes, but
It's
I
also
have
got its
something I can
fangs
use.
in your thigh as it turns to stone. So you flip your blade around and you stab down into this giant form. It's like it's a foot thick and it's slimy, and as you stab down into it, it catches fire beneath the water. And and it then turns to stone about you. It's wrapped about your midsection. It's wrapped around your legs, and it starts thrashing. And then it starts to harden, and it turns to stone about you, and you are now anchored, right up maybe to your neck in water.
Flaming water.
Yeah, flaming water.
Could do wonderful things for my scar.
You don't need to roll damage, though. That's just a one-hit kill.
Yeah.
Oh,
my
man.
God.
If only it had turned to gold. Yeah.
Oh, that would have been worse. That would have been a lot worse. Stone I can work with. Gold, I'd be screwed.
All right, Mirai, you finish putting out Aldart, and I think you see Fergus run into the kind of immediate area. And both of you look up, and you can see, like, I think Padine is up to, like, his neck in the water. Oh God, it's a bad situation. I think you can see Graves moving out into the ford towards where the fire is again, where the flailing horses are, and there's something attacking the horses, obviously, and it looks like he's got his spear staff thing ready to help.
Do I see Fergus going after where Padine is?
I think Fergus is moving in some sort of direction, maybe towards
up the
Padine.
coast, toward
Yeah.
where Padine was flailing-ish. Sort
Yeah,
of.
I'm implying that Fergus is moving, but I don't know specifically where yet.
Okay, I think I'd probably go help Graves, because there seems to be combat going on over there.
Mm-hmm.
I'd probably head that way. I don't know what's going on with
Okay.
that, but...
All right, so yeah, you start heading towards Graves. You can see that there is something wrapping itself around the horse, and it now lights itself on fire. And you can see a vaguely snake-like form that's glowing even underneath the water. It looks to be... You can't get a good measurement of how big it is, but it's definitely, like, at least a foot thick and more than 5 feet long, probably longer. There is flaming water between you and it, though, but it's only about 15 feet away, and it's well illuminated.
Okay. This is gonna be off the wall, and you're free to tell me no. I want to use the bag of holding to search for the, I want the, oh, what do they call it? I think they call it, like, the Arcanum Primordia of a frost dragon. It's the part that focuses their frost breath.
Okay, so there is a vague chance that this could be within the alchemical ingredients that were stored in there. You don't know it is, however. So, I think this is going to be...
that it's actually there, but it could be
Instead of a wisdom roll, this is going to be a flat roll, I think.
Oh god.
This is more akin to luck than anything else, but it's possible.
What
Which
is
is
it
why
that
you
she's
can
trying to
roll
get?
It's like the thing's frost gizzard.
That would have been a 10.
Oh yeah, that could be easily mistaken for my testicles if she went through the bag to me.
That statement. So, on a 7. You can get something similar, or it takes a long time. I don't know if you want to take a long time in this regard. It's your choice, though.
I will take something similar. I don't know what you would give me that's similar. If it's another elemental type, it's not going to help me.
Fire!
How does this work? You pull out I think the remnants of a great dungeon slime. The core fragment of a sludge. It quivers and wiggles in your hand. It's black and curdled. and it kind of pulsates in your hand, and you're like, "Oh God, gross!" And
That's about
like you're
right.
holding it in your hand, and I think there's some water, like some water and mud that was in your hand before you reached down in there, and you notice that it actually absorbs that, and it congeals around it like a sponge.
God, that's not what I want.
And it remains in your hand. What do you do with it?
I shove it back into the bag, I guess.
All right. So Mirai throws it back in the bag. I think there's like a slightly disappointed, pained look that suddenly forms on this thing's non-face as it gets shoved into the bag. Like, oh, I never get chosen first. I get chosen last for the team, and gets shoved back in the bag. Fergus.
I definitely don't want to throw it into the marsh. That sounds like a terrible idea.
I don't know if it was similar. It probably
So
would have
is-
had some
Is
fire retardant.
Padine still struggling ahead of me?
It
Oh,
looks
yeah.
like now he's choking, almost. Like, it's not actively choking. It looks like he's he can only move a little bit. It's
This
not
is
like
the-
he's frozen in water, but it looks like he might
This
be
is the
drowning.
part where I asked you if my adventurer's bag is still here.
Okay, so you go to look at your equipment.
What
Well,
has been
obvious-
lost?
Obviously, your metal things are still there. So your shield, your dragon's bane, your armor, all good. I think you like go to pull your something from your pack though, and you realize that your pack is like filled with muck. And not only that, there are holes in it, and there's sludge pouring out of it, and you're like, oh God. And it seems like oily, fiery water had eaten into your pack, and what was it destroyed in your pack? There's a chance that it was lost in the marsh. You find, I think you're rooting around through it, and you find soggy, ruined bits of dwarven hardtack, soggy, ruined bits of poultices and herbs. Your wineskin is still there. Your bandages are there, although they're going to need to be dried out. And it looks like you only have 2 uses of adventuring gear left. It looks like the bag kind of burst open and some of it was lost in the marsh. So, I would
So
say...
I guess I spend 1 use of adventuring gear bag to get a rope and throw it to Padine.
Okay. And to edit your inventory, I would tell you that I would say maybe you have 2 uses left of dwarven hardtack that was like right at the center that was not ruined. Your bandages are fine, but you only have 1 use of poultices and herbs left, and the other
Oh,
3
man.
are gone.
I don't know why I buy this stuff anymore. 'cause it all
You always
gets ruined.
Yeah, you specifically always end up in the river. Yeah, so you pull a rope and you throw it to Badine. We'll skip Graves for just a moment because I think we'll get to Badine first since he's got a rope hitting him in the face.
Knocks me unconscious. I die.
Yeah, you get a rope in the face. Padine, can you roll another D4?
Okay.
Right, 2. This whatever it was is anchoring you now to the marsh, and you can barely grasp that that somebody is trying to help you and that they're throwing a rope to you into the burning water. Your hands are free, but your body is like firmly anchored into place.
I'm gonna grab the rope and then put my head under the water, bend my body from where it's. You said around my waist. This thing was.
Yeah, on your legs.
Okay, and my legs, so I could bend at the waist, then still into the water. And I'm going to unleash a powerful note that will hopefully crack and break and burst apart this stone thing that's around me with metal hurlant.
That's very interesting. Do it with.
I know sound underwater does pretty good things.
Yeah. Do it with a -1, however, because your mouth and lungs are potentially going to be filling up with
Smoke.
oily,
Yeah.
fiery water.
Alright, so this roll at a -1. It's on an 8. That is, let's see, on a 7-9 you still get damage to target, but it's out of control. GM will choose an additional target nearby. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Roll d10 for the damage. Oh, nice. Well, maybe not, because I might be killing somebody too.
Alright, so, give me a minute to think about that. There's also been an incident in real life, and I need to take care of that real briefly.
All right,
Certainly,
no problem.
Go ahead.
Good time for a break.
Thing, man. If only I hadn't yelled out slime, I could totally say I was going for the octopus.
Yep. Burning the party to death was not on my list of things to do today.
Yeah. Being dragged into the swamp by a stone octopus isn't one of the things on my list to do today either, but hopefully Padine will avoid this fate.
One thing I don't really like about the ranger, it seems like I have the bow, and that's basically the only thing I can do that's interesting, other than shoot multiple arrows.
I mean, with the actual skill or the class?
Well, the class has abilities, but they're all pet-centric, and mine isn't grown up yet.
There's a bunch of good ones I'm looking at that I think are kind of neat. Viper Strike, if you didn't want to be bow.
Yeah,
Camouflage.
The ones I have multiple arrows, and the rest is familiar prey. So if I see the thing, I can talk about it. But the other one I have is Man's Best Friend, which I need a pet to use. And then like half the base class is Animal Companion.
Yeah, oh, you're only level 4. Yeah, that's like all the good stuff comes after that. I'm gonna say things like one ability, Nature's Fury or whatnot. That's Druid.
Yep.
I am back. I am sorry about that.
Oh, no problem, man.
Welcome back. Just got back myself.
So, 10 damage. So, Padine, you've never like done this ultrasonic attack under the water before, right?
Don't think so.
You're kind of panicking, and rightfully so. You release this banshee-like scream beneath the water, and the stone creature just utterly shatters beneath you, just comes apart. Perfect destruction. Unfortunately, you had to direct this down at yourself as well, because it was over your own body. You take 10 damage through armor as well.
Okay. And
So, like it's wrapped around your legs and your waist, and you direct it straight down, and you can feel this ultrasonic blast, like starting to like fracture your bones, and like your, I think like you can feel like your bladder like start to weaken for a second or something like that. We almost get a Hythos moment.
I think I was at 10. It does not affect my armor? Or does my armor
Goes straight through
negate
armor.
it? Okay, I'm dead then.
Ooh, God. Yeah, every time it's ever been used, we've described it as going through going through
You
armor.
have six damage or 6 hit points.
He took 10 damage.
Oh, okay. Damn. Ouch.
Yep.
I mean, where did his? I thought he had. I don't know where his first hit point came from. It's
Fire.
brutal, man.
Fire.
Oh, ouch.
Well, so
I wait for my last breath.
What happens is you throw a rope out to Padine. Padine disappears under the water. He puts his head under the water to scream at this thing. There's this weird sound and this weird rippling through the fire, and he never comes back up, Fergus.
Hey, bloody Ven's probably drowned and died.
Actually, how much weight are you carrying, Padine? Oh yeah, 10 of 10. You definitely don't come back up. I was thinking if you were neutrally buoyant, you might float to the surface. But if your load is 10 of 10, you definitely get carried down.
Yep, I'm pretty
bottom
weighted.
by your equipment. So yeah, he doesn't come back up. Now to Graves. We'll get your
What do I
last
see
roll in a
happening
second.
All around here, the horses. What the situation? Are they still being wrapped around with the fire tentacles? I'm assuming.
One of the horses has made it to the northern shore. Well, one of them, however, has this weird, fiery tentacle thing wrapped around it. It's even flaming under the water. You're about 10 feet away from it, but like 6 or 7 of that feet is flaming water.
I am going to try to make the shadows around the horse to the thing attacking it seem to suddenly grow into massive tentacles that are twice the size of it, that look like they're about to wrap around it, and try to cast Cause Fear on the tentacle creature against the horse. I'm thinking like under the water. I'm hoping this starts to fill up with this ginormous shadow that maybe this creature will be afraid of. Oh! Did not succeed at all.
So I think you're so intent on the shadows that you step closer and closer. And you realize that this creature has its fangs buried. It looks like some sort of giant eel is wrapped around the horse, and it's buried itself like attached itself to the horse, and the horse is just like drowning now. It's also on fire, and there's this moment where you're casting the spell and you just feel this terror, and you're not sure why, but it suddenly reminds you of the worst part of your experiences back in the caves. It sort of reminds you, even though it's not directly related, it sort of reminds you of when you had to bury yourself in the giant shit. It reminds you of when you were dealing with the doppelgangers, especially. Just for some reason, the horrific nature of this creature reminds you of that, and you lose concentration, and you forget the spell.
It's very very appropriate. Ouch, that's bad timing. Deleting cause fear.
So, Mirai, you're messing around with the bag of holding. You look up. You can see Graves is something. You can see Nemestra is being pulled off of the horse on the southern side of the ford by Rylan, and he's trying to pat her off, and he's feeding her a potion. Calvin is just getting his breath. He's on his hands and knees, coughing. To your east, you can see Fergus is throwing a line out into the water. You don't see Padine. Aldart is laying belly up in the mud, just breathing heavily. What does Mirai do?
I still can't see what's up with Graves, right? What he's doing over there.
You can see this fiery eel that's wrapped around the horse. It's pretty much all underwater, but only by a couple inches. It is on fire under the water, and you can see that. You have no idea what Graves is doing, but you can see this thing that's latched onto the horse.
Do I know anything about these eels?
You could try to spout lore.
Certainly. About lore with wisdom. Do I know anything? I do. I believe that is something useful and interesting or something like that.
Yep. So you know that these are fire eels. They inhabit certain swamps. You have heard them talked about in horrific tales of the Morash Devar, although there are things in the future that are much more horrific, so you kind of forgot about these. They were one of the lesser horrors in the future. You know that they're not particularly tough on their own, but their special qualities make them very dangerous. They emit a flammable oil, which they can ignite at will. You know that their attacks ignore all armor. And they basically are ambush predators. Anything that comes within their reach, while they are still hungry, will attempt to devour, pull back, and eventually consume.
I'd like to take a shot at with my bow. I know it's underwater, so there's probably a penalty involved.
No, it's just 5 inches.
Okay. Get another 5.
Nice.
Damage is a D8.
Oh no, Mirai! Oh
my gosh!
The ones on the damage.
I'm having a wonderful day.
I think the only time I remember Mirai doing something more than a 1 on damage was the time she rolled a 1 on the attack and killed the guy.
It really hurts not having any kind of plus at all to it.
Oh, poor Mirai. Your arrow does flash out and sink into the creature. It's like you can see it sink through into the water. Not terribly deep into the creature, but it does, like the creature does let go of the horse and begins doing like a chaotic sort of slithering motion away from the horse and back into the marsh. After trying to bite at the arrow.
Okay. Yep.
Fergus. Padine has been underwater for... Well, you know what? Before we get to Fergus, I guess we need to roll Padine.
All right.
Padine, you have a last breath roll to roll.
An 8.
So, Fergus, you have not seen Padine in some time. 10, 15 seconds since he disappeared beneath the water. Did
Well,
you do anything?
when he didn't
Your
go
rope is
after,
on fire.
I dropped the fucking rope. But when he didn't go after, didn't reappear, I would probably drop my pack on the shore and dive in after him. Oh, you bloody human can't even swim right.
So, speaking of swimming, is your pack the only thing you're dropping on the ground? It's going to be impossible for you to remove your armor right now.
You said it's only 2 foot deep, right? So that's what it's been
That
all
was
time.
no, you haven't been listening. It was 2 foot deep in the ford. He specifically jumped towards a tree that was farther away and landed in a place that was waist to chest deep, and he got pulled deeper into the water. He's not out in the middle of the ford. He tried to jump away from it, and he and Aldart landed in a place that was up to like their waist high, and specifically Padine got pulled deeper into the marsh. Remember, I kept saying that he was up to his chin, like up to his neck. Like I said it multiple times.
Alright.
You can't remove your armor quickly. We'll say that it's going to, if you're swimming with weapons or a shield like attached to you, like you could swim with a dagger, but like swimming with like an axe with a shield, especially one of your size, is going to make things difficult. Especially with your armor.
I guess I dropped my axe and shield and go after him.
Okay.
I guess I dropped everything then, I guess, technically. I can't really put the armor.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, that's what you'd have to do. So you wade out into the fire, and then you try to dive down beneath.
After where the last place I saw him.
Mm-hmm. Can you give me a D4 roll? All right, you take 2 damage as you wade out deep enough to eventually dive down beneath the water. And yeah, you get down beneath the water and you start searching for Padine. The first thing you notice is a odd, sort of curly French fry-esque stone thing. It looks like part of a broken stone statue. It's really hard to see down here, very murky, and I think most of it is you have to close your eyes and just feel around with it. Your hand bumps off of something metal. What do you do?
Probably grab it and attempt to pull.
So you
on
cut
me.
your hand a little bit. You feel it feels like a long thin sword, likely Padine's rapier. So you know you're close. To continue searching for him. Outside in the marsh, Graves has just sunk an arrow into this thing, and it's now fleeing into the marsh. The horse is gushing blood. The fire is starting to recede a little bit. What do you do?
I'm going to run over to the horse. Let me see here if I have it. Yes, I do. I am going to try to, I guess, call forth the shadows to cloak it and soothe it, and potentially maybe stop its bleeding, and try cure light wounds on it.
All right.
See it retreating
Give me
into
a roll.
the area, so I'm going to try to go see if I can save it. Flat friggin' 2d6, oh boy. Oh hey, I got a 9. I am going to choose to forget the spell, and I guess I roll a 1d8.
Yeah, go ahead.
2.
All right, so the horse stops gushing blood, and you see its wounds from the bite starting to close up, but it's still badly burned, and it looks like it's barely on the edge of life. It's laying out there in the water, barely able to get its head up out. It's actually you're kind of having to hold its head out of the water. It's possible that with further care you might be able to save it. Doesn't look like it's immediately going to die unless you just leave it in the water.
I'm not sure if I still have time on my turn, but if I do, and I see that, I will actually pop my other healing potion and pour it down its throat.
All right.
I will delete the healing potion from my my inventory.
So so this is Calvin's horse, and you pop your healing potion, and it's only like half effective. As one, it's a horse, and two, you're pouring it down like a partially unconscious horse's mouth. But it does heal it enough to where it's able to get back up and start trundling up to the northern shore.
That was what I was hoping for.
Swiftly switching back over to Fergus. Fergus, you're swimming through the murk, and you're kind of just with your feet, and you're feeling around with your arms. You're starting to think that you're never going to find Padine when your fingers once again brush up against something, and it's almost like you stub your fingers, get something hard, and you start feeling around, and it feels like a boot.
I guess I travel up the boot to what would possibly be a leg.
There is definitely a leg there.
I start pulling it towards shore.
Okay, it's very difficult. He is weighed down. Your lungs are starting to tickle a little bit down here. It seems like he's not moving, and it seems like he has a lot of stuff on him. He's very heavy.
I take
How do
a
you
moment
proceed?
to unhook his pack and then continue pulling.
Okay. Oh, all right. Yeah, you can definitely do that. It takes like 10 or 15 seconds because like you're not really able to look in this murk, so you have to like kind of float up to his chest and turn him around and like figure out how to unhook his pack, and then you unhook his pack and grab him and kick off the bottom and swim up towards the surface.
Yeah.
You emerge at the surface. Yeah, you emerge at the surface, and no, not in the fire. You can see that there is probably like a 6 or 7 foot diameter portion of fire that's starting to burn itself out, probably about like 8 or 9 feet away. It looks like this is not the longest lasting fire, and yeah, I think you're treading water here. It's very hard. You're a dwarf. He's a human, but you're very strong, and you're able to kick to shore without much further difficulty. We are definitely out of charged situation time here.
I guess I'm like just like kind of like pushing, going, "Liam, damn it, you stupid human!"
Yeah, so you get to shore and you flop him onto the shore, and he's not breathing, and you're pushing against his chest, like, live.
Yeah.
Just like you're smacking against him. All of a sudden, his eyes widen, his mouth opens, and he barfs up like a gallon of muck and probably goose poop, and like you have to roll him over as he like violently expels the contents of his lungs all over your boots.
Ferks is like, "Aye, you live. Dragged your sorry ass from the bottom."
Oh my gosh. Oh, that's horrible. Alrighty, so let's see. My bag is
Everything that was in your bag is on the bottom of the lake.
Yes.
Anything you were holding as well.
Yep.
So, out of any sort of initiative, Graves, you get the horse to the north of the ford. You can see the fires are now just like smoldering. It's just like a few tiny fires. You can see perfectly well, but it is now fully nighttime. And this whole incident has probably taken like 5 minutes. There are 3 people on the southern end of the ford with, I think, 2 horses. Graves, your horse, as well as Ryland's. And as well as Padine, so there's 3 horses there. And on the northern shore, we've got Fergus, Padine, Marai, Aldart, and Marai's horse, as well as Calvin's horse. So 5 horses. What does everybody do?
I'm gonna immediately go to the closest group and start trying to regroup everybody together so that we're nobody's like on opposite sides of this lake here. That's not a good place to be.
It's not a lake; it's a ford, like 16 feet across.
Yeah, I'll try to regroup as soon as we can, or it's like the nearest group we can.
So yeah,
Start
you call over to Ryland and Calvin to cross to your side.
Yeah, to try to take get still going. Is there any way of doing it without going back in the water at all?
No, you guys had to cross the ford. It is a ford, like it's a part of the marsh. You had to, like it's a dip in the water, or it's a dip in the road. You had to cross it to get across.
Do I see any sign that the creatures are nearby, or it looks pretty safe for them to cross right now?
How are you looking?
Probably
Looking from a safe distance? Are you getting?
See if I can look and see if I see any sign of anything under the water.
You don't see anything.
I'm probably going to take a use of my adventuring gear off my pack here, and I am going to throw a rope over to them before tell them to tie on before they try to come across.
They do so. It takes a couple minutes for this whole procedure, and they eventually cross.
Yes, between taking a nap, we all need some help over here to make sure they get across safely. Need some extra hands on the rope.
Fergus would make sure the dean is not gonna keel over again.
What health
he-
am I at?
he
Should I
looks-
roll D6 or something?
You are at 1.
Okay.
Well, actually, you're at 0.
Really?
Yes. We'll touch on that in a little bit.
All right.
He looks like he could keel over at any moment. He's gray-skinned. Looks like he just drowned, but he's alive.
Aye, well, EBO writes. I suppose I'll collect my stuff and then walk over to Graves.
So they cross successfully. There are no further fire eel ambushes. Rylan is leading them across. He's actually wading through the water, and he leads them through. And I think you see the worst of the damage is by far to Nemestra. Mirai has some personal experience with this. A lot of her hair has been burned off. And
Oh, you mean her hair, not mine.
her, yeah, and her skin is very red. It looks like she was probably very severely burned, but the healing potion helped with that. And I think you can see her clothes and her armor has been scorched, and everybody gets over to your side safely, if very worn.
Well, that's situation. Fire.
I think
eels.
Nemestra just croaks, "What the hell are you thinking?" Like looking towards Graves. You
Did
set
not
us
see
all
that
on
giant
fire.
creature in the water? I caught a glimpse of
You-
something moving down there. I swear it.
And your first act was to throw a lantern at it?
I thought it was a slime. The way that it, I'm gonna kind of look.
She just like
that way
looks
and
at you.
And
like, with
Graves, if you
very
had thrown a lantern at a
pained
slime,
eyes.
what would happen? The lantern would go out.
Oh, some slimes are quite flammable, but usually it doesn't extend.
But
to
that is not when we were in the water, Graves.
I think Calvin says this thing was quite flammable too. It seems. Let's get away from the water. There are more of those. I don't want to see them.
Fire eels. They're
How many of the horses have we lost?
Mine, it looks like. I don't know what to say yours is.
So Calvin's is on your side as well. The one that Graves managed to save was Aldart's. Its pack was lost in the muck, and it's ambulatory, but it's looking very bad. It's not like pristine or anything. It looks like it's been nearly killed and has been brought back to life. So you're technically down, I think, just one horse, but one of them is probably not good to ride. And I think as you're taking stock, realize that quite a few supplies have been lost as well.
Yeah, like
All of Aldart's,
80% of ours.
Calvin's, all of Aldart's and all of Calvin's supplies are gone.
And the bulk of
Um,
mine.
And the bulk of mine,
Yeah.
which basically we lost all our supplies in one go again.
Yeah.
Yep.
Every time we
They
bring
said,
extra
"I
supplies, we lose
unfortunately
them all.
protected the majority of mine. Perhaps we have enough supplies to reach and resupply at the villa when we arrive.
Well, food at least would not be a problem. There's substantial amounts in the bag, but is there anything else that was important on those?
I think
Who did-
Aldart looks quizzing a little bit hesitantly, and he says, it's his fault. And he points to Graves, and he says, it's not my fault. Technically, you would have been paid. And he's like, if you're looking for someone to blame, I had nothing to do with it.
Everyone will be paid. No need for panic. Even if some gold was lost in the river, there is plenty more gold in this world. I'll just kind of take a step forward and say that in the meantime, making it to our destination is the important thing. And I'll motion to my packs on my horse and say that anything anyone needs, gear or rations that I might have, feel free. It is shared between all of us, and I'm going to probably take out some halfling pipe leap and start rolling it for myself right now after that grand moment.
Marai, do you have any extra arrows? I have none left.
Do you
I
still
only
have
have
a bow?
crossbow bolts, my friend.
Oh, I have a bow. Bow wasn't in my backpack. It was around my back. You didn't cut the bowstring, did you?
I don't think so. No.
I think you probably give me a 2d6. That might have just been lost in the water, or you might still have it. I think there's even odds. Right, so you still have it, but you definitely have no ammo. And
arrows.
Your bow's gonna need to be your bow's gonna need to be dried out for some time before it's usable.
Alright.
I have arrows if you need those, but if we don't at least get Aldrich's pack back, I mean, that's half the reason we're going on this job is to get paid.
You want to go down there in the water?
I think he says, look, Missy. I assure you, wherever we go, the portion of the gold you'll get is more than enough. Whatever we find there in terms of treasure, it'll make up for it. But I had every intention of paying you. I didn't cause the fire.
Dean,
Yes.
gold, what happened here is not going anywhere. I doubt anyone is going to dive into the water looking for our treasures. We're on a timetable, but if we leave some sort of marker so we can find this part of the swamp again, maybe we can run back and retrieve your equipment with a group from the Adventurers Guild. Maybe Telemon has some spell or something to those likes that could increase the buoyancy of your equipment. But for now, we don't have time to retrieve it.
I have.
You can't mean to continue on tonight, can you? I think Aldart says, looking horrified.
Oh, I don't think we should camp right here.
Admittedly, it has literally only been about like 10 minutes now since you guys decided to push on through the night. Yeah.
We probably should move away from right here. I don't want more of those creatures attacking us, but we'll need to camp down soon.
We don't. I think we'll worry about them. They're fire eels. They're ambush predators. They don't attack unless they have the advantage.
They're not the only thing in these woods. I think we should continue to push on and try to make it to shelter and rest at a location that is fortified, where our people that are injured can heal.
If we do, well, Adine, you don't look so good. If we intend to push on, we will have to do some healing.
I don't feel so good either.
I guess I'll reach out and spend a balance on Adine.
Okay. I was gonna say, do I feel well enough to use my art, or at 0 hit points am I able to do that?
You who does what? Do you try to just spend your balance, Fergus?
I think he's gonna do that, which will kill me probably. But ooh, nice! Wow, max.
Padine, you look like you heal, and you feel like you heal, but you're still at 0 hit points. For the moment. Remember that 12.
Okay.
You look and you feel better, but the feeling is a little bit hollow. but for all intents and purposes, from what you can tell, you've just healed him.
I will.
So, do you all intend to set off? To be another 8 hours.
I will say, Padine, you don't want to be completely unarmed. I don't have any regular arrows, just my bolts, but maybe these will help. And
Here,
I'll...
I have some. Just a moment.
I expend my last uses of
Yeah,
poultice and
here,
herbs.
I just give him a bundle. I have a bundle that's spare.
Alrighty, bundle of arrows, 3 in one
Yeah,
way.
it's a standard bundle of arrows. I actually have more in the bag of holding, but
So I think as you guys are like around here talking, applying poultices, healing people. This is like a 10-minute procedure. People are taking stock. Mirai, you're giving over your arrows to Padine, right?
yeah, it's just a normal bundle. I still have more I can get, but I have a
Okay.
slime to find before we go anywhere else.
All right. I was gonna see if you remembered your pet again.
Yeah, I mentioned it once, but everyone was talking.
So how do you intend to find said slime?
I probably hold my lantern up and like, little one, I know you're here somewhere.
You start like padding out into the tall grass, into the reeds, really.
Yeah, it's gotta be here somewhere. Can't have gone that far.
Yeah, I think like you trace your steps back to where you fell to begin with.
Yeah, I don't think it would be out in the water. It was with me on the shore.
It was with you. You noticed it was not with you when you got blown back by the arrow.
Yeah.
And you landed. So I think you go back there into this little Mirai-shaped crater, and you see that there are some odd, like, malformed prints, like roughly the size of a cat's paw, near the location, which take more steady form as they go on, and they become little tiny raptor claw feet, and they look like they're heading into the reeds.
I follow them.
All right. So you're following them, and all of a sudden, I think you're perplexed because the trail splits.
Two sets?
Two?
There are now 2 sets of prints.
Little one? What? Are you out there?
One goes off to the right, one goes straight.
Okay, I followed the one that went straight, I guess?
Okay. You follow that one for another 10 feet. And that one splits off again. Another one off to the right. And then going straight again.
Okay, I still followed the straight one.
It eventually starts curving around to the right. And it curves back around towards the shore. And as you're following, your ears sort of prick up as you hear
I follow the sound, because I know it's a little raptor, and probably has found something.
You find the trail comes to a particularly bloody mound of reeds and mud here, kind of at the water's edge, and I think you notice that there's not one but 3 trails of claws leading into this one grassy, kind of muddy mound, and there's like coming from inside, and there's like some faint movement from inside this grassy, muddy mound on the edge of the water.
I see what said bloody mound is.
Like you kind of step near and like kind of peer over.
Yes.
It is like a slight incline, like maybe like a foot and a half in terrain, mud with reeds popping up, and I think as you look back in, you can see not one but three slightly larger than chicken-sized raptors bent down, feasting over like the corpse of something. There's just blood everywhere, and I think you look in there and you like, as soon as you do that, like there's a sudden stop as all three raptor heads turn and they like stare at you, and some of them have like little bits of meat in their fingers, like halfway up to their mouths, and they just like suddenly stop and stare at you.
Was it 3?
They blink.
Okay, I think we probably just stare at each other because I'm kind of amazed that there's 3 of them.
They blink in unison.
Is that you?
I think all three of them turn their head, like kind of cock their heads at the exact same time.
What have you found?
Cock their heads to the other side this time, and one of them like skips to the side, and you see that before you, in the mound here, there seems to have been like a nest, and it's just covered in blood, and you can see that they have indeed slain some sort of small crocodile, and have completely disemboweled it, and have ripped its intestines out all over the place. And one of them kind of comes up and like holds out a piece of intestines towards you.
No thank you. I think we'll cook up the tail, though. That seems like it'd be pretty solid, and you don't seem to have wanted that.
There's like a sudden wobbling, and the other two raptors just suddenly merge. It's like they're drawn together like a magnet, and they're like kind of greenish for a few seconds, and they're wobbly like a slime, and then they just like pop into one for after a few seconds.
So you've found a new trick, have you?
Yeah, and after a few seconds, the other one does the same thing, and then there's only one raptor who looks decidedly plump.
It grew in size.
I guess I just take my dagger and I cut the tail off of whatever is left of that crocodile. Like, well, at least we have something to eat for tonight. Come along.
It kind of like snaps at your fingers as you go to cut the tail off. Probably drawing a little bit of blood, but it's not too fervent.
Hey, enough of that.
Cut the tail off and bag it back. Do you pick the raptor up, or do you let it follow you, or try to let it follow you?
I think I pick it up.
Okay, yeah, it kind of snaps at your forearm a little bit, drawing like some mild cat scratches and stuff, and eventually you like shove it back into your papoose, which is horribly messy. It kind of like curls up in there.
Indeed.
And Mirai eventually appears back at camp, or I guess not at camp, but at the meeting site, holding a bloody tail. I think by this time everybody's gotten what gear they can resettled, and the horses restocked and whatnot. How do you all proceed?
I think we need to make camp soon.
Alright, but we need to find a better place first.
I can think of no place in the swamp that would be wise unless we pass a fortification or a building.
No
or
place
sort
is
of
going to be
structure.
wise, but I doubt walking through the swamp in the middle of the night is much better.
Do you try to look for a place to make camp? Like right now? Do you just try to
I think
take a look for one as you're on the way? Do
Yeah, I
you make
think
this
we would
dedicated, or?
We would definitely travel toward a destination, but if we see a place that looks like it would be suitable for a camp, then we would probably stop there.
And do we
Okay.
still have enough horses for all the party?
That's a good question.
Are we doubling up? Couple people.
I think you're going to end up, because Mariah's initial roll, you guys were going to end up there considerably faster. You're going to have to double up on horses now. I think you're going to end up there on normal time.
Okay.
Because you're definitely down one horse, and the other one probably can't be ridden, so at least 2 people are going to have to double up.
Alrighty. I don't know if Numestra wants to ride with Graves anymore.
There's definitely a little bit of a wary sort of look to this, Graves. She doesn't seem like she seems to think you're kind of nuts.
Being flame-balled by somebody in the party
Yep.
does constitute hazard pay, by the way. Numestra, if
ride
you
with
were
me.
wondering.
Very
So
sorry
it's not
about
a
setting her on
problem.
fire. Sorry about your face.
Look, Nemestra, really sorry for lighting you on fire on our first day on the job,
Yes.
4 hours from town.
Welcome to the Ironhead Adventurers Guild. I
Yes,
say as I
exactly.
climb
We
back
come with
down.
great burn victim benefits. It's a surprisingly
This is only
regular
my,
thing.
like, 3rd time being set on fire, you know. I'll probably comment as I
Wow.
pop some pipe leaf in my mouth and light it on and get ready to
All right,
roll
so we already have Graves scouting, and we have Fergus trying to tend to the victuals situation. Is considerably worse
Easier.
than it was
Actually,
before.
well, easier to do, though.
Well,
Do-
the thing is, he's
do a
trying to
crocodile
sort
tail.
through the ones. He's trying to sort through the ones that are left to see what's still good.
Yeah.
So I think he's probably figuring out that. And yeah, you're sorting the crocodile tail, and we've got Marai trailblazing. That leaves Padine to look out for a place to camp.
Okay.
You want to give me a wisdom roll?
Oh, okay. There are hidden places to camp. A 9! I sort of find one.
So it's late. It's definitely several hours. It's probably nearing midnight when you've passed several potential spots, but you've kind of passed them up. There was like one. It looked like it was probably a campsite at one point, but it looks like it's in a sort of a depression. Not very good in the swamps. It's very damp. You think it could easily be accessed by creatures from the marsh. You find a fairly dense set of trees that you think could shield you from harm, but you would not be able to get the horses through, so you kind of ruled that one out. There's a particularly tempting sort of tiny hill that's like maybe 8 feet in elevation, but it's not big enough for everybody to really comfortably be on. And it's uncomfortably close to a particularly ominously dark and smooth section of the marsh. Like the waters are very smooth there. It looks like it might be pretty deep. So you rule that one out too. What you do find, however, is, and again, you can choose not to. This is probably your best option, though. You are, I think, taking a shortcut that Marai has come up with. She points out that it's actually going to be longer around, but the terrain ahead, it looks like the road has been very disused, and has seemed many storms, and there's a lot of downed trees, and she thinks that it's going to be harder to cross. And so even though it's going to be longer around, she points out it looks like sort of a maybe a game trail that leads out through the marshes. Very kind of wayfish in terms of how thin it is. It's only one horse wide at a time, and it'll be kind of treacherous. But it's how you guys kind of cut your time off, to shave off all the time you've missed. And you leave the main sort of trail, and as you do, you see a structure, kind of a small structure off in the distance. It takes a while to kind of recognize what it is. It's poking out of the middle of a very small pond. And I'll unhide this. It looks like it's the ruins of a tower. Now, there's a couple options here. It does look like the second floor of the tower might be intact. You wouldn't be able to get the horses over there. It does look like as you're kind of passing through there, the water is only ankle deep. You could probably wade out there. And in fact, I guess you probably could get the horses out there. They'd have to rest on this little island spit. You might have to have somebody out there on guard. But it would be... you would at least be able to kind of watch from all directions. And if you chose to investigate the tower, you might find that there might be some further benefits. A structure is usually preferable to just camping out in the middle of nowhere. However, I think also nearby there is a small copse of trees that is sort of formed in a U shape within sighting distance of the tower. That's probably your other best bet. Unfortunately, it's very level. The ground is a little bit wet. It's not in the marsh, or it's not in the swamp particularly, but like since it's last rained, it's just like it's soggy ground. It would not be pleasant to camp on, but it wouldn't involve going out into the middle of the pond to the tower if you didn't feel comfortable, and there would be a little bit more room. I think those are probably your two best options if you're going to camp at all.
I think we should camp at the structure. That might offer some protection.
It's true. I'm a
Not
little
camp for
leery
long.
about crossing
Time
into
is the
water
limit.
today.
Can't be that
Wait
big.
for sunrise. We do not have time for that, especially with our now slower pace. But perhaps a few hours.
I say we camp till sunrise. The
think
Baroness
Eldar
will be
looks-
safe either way.
Looks haggard.
We left her the
as
potion.
well.
We need the rest.
I
And
personally
daylight it seems to be safer in this
I vote for the
accursed
copse
marsh.
trees. It's soggy and maybe a bit less pleasant, but I don't want to risk any more crossing of water today.
I think Rylan says, I think we should continue on. I don't like this terrain. I don't think it's safe to camp here. I think Calvin, on the other hand, casts a vote for the tower. He says it would be much easier to defend. Well, on the other hand, Aldart says, and you know that Aldart is still suffering from his burns from earlier, and he's also just not an adventurer. He says he would be happy to camp either place. He just does not want to go on any further. He votes camping, and if he had a preference, he'd vote for the trees because that lake looks eerie. He thinks.
I vote to push onward, but if we're going to stay someplace, I'd rather be in a structure.
So I think that's Marai and Aldart voted for the trees. Fergus, what did you vote
I
for?
think we had 3 votes for tower and 2 for everything else. I think.
Who voted for the tower?
Calvin did.
I-
Nadine did.
I think that those are the only voted specifically for the tower. I think Fergus voted to camp, but not in a specific place, right? Or
Yeah.
did you vote for the trees?
I voted to camp and not in a particular place.
Okay, and I think Nemestra has been quiet too. So right now it's 2 to continue, and 2 in the tower, and 2 in the trees, and there's 2 people who have not cast their votes yet. So Fergus, how do you come down on the issue?
I not like the water.
Like I think you maybe
I'd say
you
trees,
look
I
over
guess.
towards the water, and you look towards it. The water is literally no more than ankle deep, and it looks like there's some stones towards the bottom. It looks like it was probably some sort of walkway at one point. It looks like you could probably get out there, but if you're wary of the water, that's not going to change. The tower is probably big enough for all of you. It might be cozy, but on the other hand, it's very cold out here, and if you had even a small fire in there, it could help dry you all off immensely. That is something that should at least factor in, or at least I'll tell you. The woods are going to be very, very murky and wet. The tower you haven't.
If we don't have to
investigated yet, so it
swim to
might
get
be
to the
bad.
tower, I'd probably vote for tower.
You don't. It looks like it's foot deep, like not a foot deep, but like ankle deep. It's worth noting that you guys are utterly miserable at this point because half of you have been drenched and burned, and it's a very terrible climate. It's cold and it's moist and damp here. I think Nemestra says, I think we should stay in the tower as well.
Our wins then.
Does anybody fight the decision?
Goes
Sounds
no.
like no.
All right, so the horses are definitely skittish as you draw them to the water. Does anybody go first? Looks like the tower itself is like maybe 30 feet out into this pond.
I suppose I'll go first.
All right, so Fergus, you lead the way. Are you on foot or are you on your horse?
I don't have a horse anymore.
Well, you're riding a horse.
I'll volunteer to go first on foot if she wants as well. I might be the fastest to be able to get back.
It seems like, yeah, like the horses are probably going to have to be led along by hand. So yeah, Graves, you decide to go first. With I guess Fergus right behind you.
So if I don't have a horse, what horse am I riding?
No, you were doubled up. Remember?
Everybody's doubled up. You're doubled up with someone. Probably Graves.
Yes. Take the rope and tie yourself to the ground before you head out here. At least then somebody might be able to pull you back if worst comes to worst.
Tie myself to the ground.
Tie yourself, anchor yourself to the other side. Perhaps tie it to one of the horses on their side, or at least give them the rope. Something so they can pull you back if something tries to.
Oh, forget this.
A
And
branch,
Fergus just
a
walks
branch
across.
breaks. A branch breaks and the horse runs off and just drags Fergus off into the marsh.
Yeah.
Fergus,
Yeah, Fergus, you just go ahead with Adam.
I just go ahead without him.
Okay, all right. So Fergus, you head.
If we be
tromp
going
off.
to the tower, let us get this over with.
All right. So Fergus
dies and follows.
steps through. You head off to this tiny little island. You get to the tower. It looks like it's a pretty old structure. You can see the ruins of what looks to be upper third and maybe fourth story tumbled down behind it into the pond. You're not exactly sure what caused the destruction. As you get closer, you can see that there is an intact second story. There is a slight curved stone staircase that leads up. It's very thin. It's not exactly meant for 2 people. It looks like it might be precarious even for one, but it's there. And there is no door. The outside, it looks like there is actually the remnants of a small campfire out front. Fairly old. Probably several months. Looks like there's probably enough room out here as you're looking about to, now that you have less horses, probably store the horses here. It would take up most of the space in front of the tower, but unless that's a concern, you can definitely do so. You get to the entrance to the tower, and I think you feel a slight tingle across your skin, the both of you. What do you do?
For a good sign.
You feel that, Graves?
Have I ever felt anything? Is this something like an external effect or just an uneasy effect?
It definitely felt a little bit external. Like you've been shocked by someone static electricity before. It wasn't purely like that, but I think like you look over and like the hairs on the back of your forearm look like they're a little bit stiffer than normal. It's not a constant effect. It's just like you stepped in front of the door, and you just got this kind of odd sense that sort of tingled across you for a second.
Can I attempt to roll?
Can I attempt to discern realities about this tower? Have I like step into the field and out of the field and see if I feel good or bad about this situation?
If there is a field, you could try to do that. Are you assuming the field is in the door?
I'm assuming there's like a bubble field of some kind.
So it's like you stepped forward and you felt like just a momentary tingle. You didn't step back and the tingle ended. It's like you stepped it. Yeah, if you want to try to discern realities and sort of walk in and around this tower to see if you can interact with this, you're assuming it's some sort of field. You can try that.
I'm not sure if this will assist him or make any impact on his roll before he rolls it, but I am definitely going to unshoulder my crossbow and engage the Sunfire Light. I'm making a note of that right now.
I think these will be separate things.
Sounds reasonable. Have we had one sunrise since the last time I used it when we got in town? I think we've had one sunrise.
Yes.
Right? Yes. Excellent. So I have another one or two then.
So I get to pick one, I think, yeah.
Just out of curiosity, doesn't the Sunfire Ring have to be hit by the rising sunlight?
I think so.
How did they do that in the cellar?
I suppose I could have come out to charge it up if I know how that's how it works. I'm pretty sure I know how that's how it works now.
Okay.
Yeah, he knows.
Alright.
You
Cool.
had
Just wondering.
opportunity, so he could have done it.
So I guess I'll ask, what should I be on the lookout for?
There's definitely something magical here. It's not just your imagination. I think as you're stepping in and around this door, do you ever go through the door?
I probably would, yeah.
Or yeah, you step through the door, and you feel like an odd tingling through your skin. It's not constant. It's just as you step through the door, there's like an odd thing. You definitely notice there is something magical here, and you should be on the lookout for that. Graves, can you please give me a separate discern realities roll, I guess, as you're looking about? Because I think it... Honestly, it seems like you probably would be doing this differently. So...
Yeah, I'm going to be shouldering the bow and not actually walking through it. I'm going to kind of try to walk around the structure, shining light on it, see if I see anything that's abnormal before I try to go in.
And I mean, you can certainly get the results from Fergus's roll before you do this. Like, Fergus certainly determines that there's something magical. I probably should have just had you aid him, but...
Could I roll, just a, with my plus what is? Or how should I do this?
Yeah.
Okay, let me roll it here. Oh, God.
So,
My dice are not on my side for the most part today.
That's not good on the Sunfire Ring.
I didn't do the attack, I just did the... Well, it's not even for, like, the actual...
Just
no, it wasn't the ring you were using.
Yeah.
No, he was using Discern Realities.
Oh, yeah.
So you're sweeping your light over the exterior of this thing, and you see a series of, like, archstones around the door. And you see them start to... there's nothing there, but when your light passes over them, you can see a series of magical runes. Purplish and bluish in nature, kind of like carved in and around the door. And that immediately catches your attention. And I think you're starting to look closer, and as you begin to move closer with the active light, one of the runes lights up. You hear a thrumming, and you are paralyzed.
Can I talk, or am I completely paralyzed? It's kind of curious.
You are paralyzed.
Okay, yeah, I just suddenly freeze in my
Yeah,
again.
Yeah, you freeze in place. So I think everybody sees Graves doing something, and he looks to take an interest in something across the water, and then he just freezes. Meanwhile, Fergus, you walk into the tower. Nothing happens to you. It looks like there's some dirt and mud in here.
I actually have one question, because this might actually, before we cut scenes, I apologize. This may actually come into play here. I'm not sure how the nature of the effect, if it's mental or if it's a physical hold, but I did take Armored Mind as my next upgrade. I don't know if that'll play in.
Let me read. This might help. Armored Mind. You are trained to resist the effects of mental distortion and manipulation, such as illusions and fear. When you believe you are under some sort of mind-altering effect, roll plus int. If you believe you are under some sort of mind-altering effect, give me an int roll.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if I'm being frozen, it's like something stopping me from commanding my body, so let me roll that here 1 second. Alright.
Remember, if there isn't, you fail, you suffer -1 ongoing. Okay, so on a 10+, if there is any mental control or interference, you know what it is, and break free from it and deal psychic damage to its controller if it has one. So, yeah, you definitely recognize these effects. You are currently under the effects of very similar to a hold person spell. Hold person is not some sort of mystical force field that's holding you in place. It's a mental effect. And knowing what it is, you're looking at these runes, and you can see one rune is lit up, and it's the rune for binding. You know that's this rune, and you focus on it, and you think, this is all in my head. This is just something that this magic is affecting me with. It's not real. My body is not actually frozen, and you continue to kind of pour your thoughts and energy into it, and the rune begins to blink and fizzle, and then it burns out, and you find yourself very exhausted, but standing in front of the tower.
I'm immediately looking down and not looking at those runes for the second while I try to catch my breath for a moment.
Everything
So,
all right,
Fergus,
Graves?
You see some kind of eaten furniture in here. Looks like there was probably a table in here at one point. It's just like utterly gone. And there's grass and mud and little else. I think you turn around and you see Graves just kind of like holding his knees, panting.
You alright, Greaves? I don't see anything in here but destroyed furniture.
Is the symbol for that spell different between different gods, or is it the same between all gods?
It's certainly not the same between each god.
Could I attempt to spout lore to potentially have some idea of maybe which place this may belong, or like which follower may have created this place, to know that if it's maybe trapped to murder people, or maybe it's just trying to ward out evil and I tripped something on accident?
Sure.
Okay, I'm going to try to spout lore about potentially which god this might be. Rolling it now.
That's a good roll. So you're trying to think what symbol this might be for. You know you've seen it somewhere in the past, but you're not really sure where. Some of these symbols are shared between gods. Some of them are just similar. Some of them are more common, like this might be a dwarven rune that's been slightly bastardized. But yeah, you're concentrating, and you determine, I think, to the best of your ability, that this is a symbol that could be associated with the god Jeroa, who is typically known for being the god of like astronomy in the infinite, like space, and observing, watching the heavens. It's very sort of enigmatic deity, not widely worshipped.
I'm going to say, is there really like a nice view of the stars from here? Where is this place related to? Like, how far are we from the portal? Those are two questions before I holler at anything.
You have no idea where the portal is. You have never been told where the portal is. You just know it's roughly in kind of the marsh, you know, within a day's ride.
I'll holler out that I think this was some sort of observatory for an order, or perhaps just a monk that was training out here. I think that there might be traps to keep out the creatures of the swamp. I think that I just triggered one.
You also, I think because you rolled high enough, you know that Jeroa is sometimes worshipped by wizards, magic practitioners. This is one of the few deities that is kind of worshipped by magic practitioners. Is sort of a deity of knowledge.
Interesting. I'll definitely holler out and say that we must be careful. There are likely other magic warding here, but I believe it was primarily defensive to keep out not so much intruders, but probably swamp life would be my guess. There could have been a lot worse things than what I just tripped. I'm gonna say, do you think we should proceed? We could potentially set something off if we're not careful. Or should we try to change locations?
Is this on the swamp? I say we proceed.
You may want to investigate this tower anyway. There may be something of use here. If it belonged to someone that observed this area. Perhaps they recorded things in the past, or there may be some books within. They may have clues to the portal, especially if it's that old. The portal is supposed to also be old.
Very well. I turned out like, those you get across then.
Tell everyone to be careful not to touch anything or look at anything too closely. It's best if people just keep their heads down.
Graves, they're not death. If I can hear you, they can too.
Beard will kind of look and say, good point.
To the others, well, like, well, shall we?
Yes, we should move on in the there. We need to rest.
All right.
Let's see here. I'm very curious about the other runes, but I don't want to take a good look, especially since I don't want to trip another one. I'm keeping my crossbow bolt right now pointed down.
So everybody moves cautiously across the walkway to the little tower island. The horses are hard to get over there, but once you get over there, they don't really have any place to go, and they eventually ease up, glad for the rest. And people start moving into the tower.
Yeah.
All right, so again, a quick description. Looks like there's some rotted furniture sort of piled up against one of the curved walls. There is one single window on this floor. It doesn't look like it has shutters on it. It looks like it probably did, but they rotted and fell off. They're the sort of windows that you see on the tower in the picture. It's very small, not probably a threat to you in terms of people climbing through. Then there's this around this large sort of pile of detritus. There is this staircase leading up to the second floor. I think people start getting their gear off of the horses and moving it inside. Probably
I
enough
expect the
room
second floor
for
is a priority myself.
three or four people in here. Although it's not super muddy in here, dirty. You know, dirt and grass has kind of moved in over the years, but it's actually probably less filthy than the rest of the marsh. And you start climbing the stairs.
What about the top? I assume that there's like a floor like there-ish.
That's what he's climbing towards.
Yeah. What about
Just
is there like enough floor up here too, or is it just open?
Well, you're heading up there with him then?
Yeah, we're going up the stairs.
Instead of
Yeah.
going straight up the stairs, because I've already hit one trap, and I just want to make absolutely sure. If it's dark in here, is it dark in here?
It's midnight.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna walk up the wall and potentially along like near the ceiling instead of walking up the stairs themselves. And I'm gonna stay up there.
As you're walking up the stairs, you actually do notice these tiny windows. There are shafts of moonlight coming in through the walls where these windows are. Very, very clear shafts, kind of blazing in through the darkness and painting themselves on the opposite wall. You get to the second floor. There is no roof up here. It looks like the tower broke off at the second floor, but there is the second floor is technically still here, and there are some walls. Do you? I think you kind of poke your head.
Are there like
No.
any parts in the tower around here? Or does it look like it blew up?
It was described that you could see what was probably the third and fourth floor lying in the pond on the other side of the drawing.
I mean, were they intact mostly? Like they fell in two, or were they like really like? I just want to know clear how damaged.
You could see at least like a curved part of the wall. Whether or not the entire thing was tubular, hard to tell. You didn't go diving into the thing. It looks like at least part of the walls down there were intact, but you would have to assume that they're probably destroyed.
Very well. I'll keep looking.
Yeah, so you get up here. There are some more ruins of some furniture, some tables. Most of it's, again, destroyed and eaten by the elements. It looks like there's a good 3 to 4 feet of stone wall around you on all the sides except for the east. That would be this side, where the stairs are, ironically. So you have at least some shelter from the elements, except for if it rains.
Motion to Mirai to be careful, like make a quick hand motion, and I'm gonna raise my crossbow and do a quick pan across the room to see if there's any hidden magical.
It's actually fairly illuminated up here due to the moonlight, and I think you notice that in the center of this pond you have a very clear view of the stars here and the moon. And in the center of this room, you can see what looks to be some sort of metal object. Looks to be a pair of discs, maybe not discs, rings, set into some sort of holding device. It looks sort of like you've seen fancy globes before.
Don't touch it.
It looks like it's sort of like this, except it's missing the globe part. It looks like it might be the little axis rings that might go around a globe, but it's missing that part. It's some sort of astrological instrument, maybe. Looks like it's kind of rusted with exposure to the elements.
It kind of looks it over and says that perhaps this equipment could shed some light on some things. This tower seemed to have been out here to study, as I had expected.
Grace, listen to what you said before. Don't touch it. Don't touch anything. We're just here to rest.
I might shine my light over it regardless and see if I see anything hidden about this telescope thing. Or not telescope, globe, I suppose.
Give me a discern realities roll.
Here we go.
Ooh.
I have
You
not
notice
had a good
nothing.
day.
I think you pan your light across the odd instrument in the center, and yeah, you don't notice anything.
It's gonna be very peculiar.
Once we get settled in, I think I offer to Nemestra whether she wants me to like take my dagger and maybe clean up her hair some, because I have some familiarity with that.
I think she pauses for a few moments and then thanks you a little bit subtly, glancing off in Graves' direction. Graves is utterly perplexed and busy with the tower, doesn't notice this, and I think everybody's setting up. It looks like there's enough room for 3 or 4 people to sleep on the first floor and maybe 2 or 3 people to sleep on the second floor, unless you try to move the remnants of these rotted cabinets and the whatever this weird contraption is out.
They'd never move. They just fall apart if we touched them, I assume.
Graves will holler down that we should take or whoever's standing watch should take watch up here and keep an eye from the top. I'll take first watch, and I'm gonna go all the way up to the very, very, very peak, walking up the wall on the side of this tower, and take a good look at our surroundings in a 360-degree arc.
Okay.
Crouched on the wall.
Yeah, you can definitely see some remnants of the tower to the north. Looks like they crashed down into the northern end of the pond. You can't really tell how intact they are. It's quite a lot of debris, overgrown with the years. You do have a very good sightline over the entire outer embankment of the pond, and as was suggested, this is probably a very safe place to camp unless you're worried about things coming from the water, which, of course, you've had experience with, but at least the tower will provide you some protection from that. I think you're looking out, and it's very clear to you that the only way from the land to the tower is that thin sort of walkway through the water. There's only the one approach, unless somebody wanted to swim.
Seems like a good place to camp up to me. I'll keep first watch, as I said, and I guess whoever pretty well just wants to take second watch. Still recommending we don't spend too long here.
All right. Well, I think we'll end there for the night.
Good places, Tom.
Indeed.
Well, that was a more eventful trip than I thought it would be. 5 seconds after rolling the perilous adventure roll, that the adventure becomes perilous indeed.
Yeah, it could have been worse and it could have been better. Padine runs the one that got hit the worst, though.
Oh,
So
yeah, that
inventory
was...
pretty much being at the bottom of the ocean, except for Stormcrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a couple things that weren't in my backpack, but most things were in my backpack.
So-
I can probably, maybe get it back one day, but today is not that day.
Fergus, did you defeat a worthy opponent?
Nope.
Poor Fergus. He always gets sidelined. There's always somebody he's saving, or he just happens to miss the worthy opponent while somebody else is fighting it. I don't know what it is with Fergus, but man, it's very ironic. How about your bonds? Have there been any movements or new bonds that you'd like to introduce?
Let me see here. So, I think I had one about Graves, didn't I?
I think if you would have known what I did, it would have probably confirmed the one with me.
I'm not sure. I didn't see Padin do it, so I can't really say anything about that one. I did see Graves throw it down. I don't have anything in there about him causing trouble. I didn't have a chance to see Mirai shoot, so I don't think so.
All right. Graves.
No for everything. I
Nope.
to look it over.
All right. Gonna skip Padine for a second. Mirai, did you ignore danger to aid another?
I believe I did.
What danger?
Well, I was trying to get Aldrich out of the flames when he was probably still on fire. That could have been danger there, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely. It definitely could have been pretty bad. So yeah, you can mark XP for that. So Padine.
Yes.
We get a little brief vignette of you during the night, while we're doing your XP.
Okay.
I think you've had a very bad day, and you feel horrible. Somebody else is on watch, and eventually you get woken up to take your watch, and you're kind of sitting there, and you're trying to keep awake, and it's all you can do to keep awake when I guess you're sitting on top of the wall and you're looking out over the moonlit pond, and you notice that there's somebody sitting next to you on the wall.
Hello.
Yeah, you turn over, and there is a black-robed figure sitting on the wall next to you, and the person turns, and you don't see this person's face. They're hooded beneath a black hood, but they hold a hand up, as if to put their finger in front of their lips, and they shh. And when you see their hand, you see it's a skeletal hand, and the person says, "Shh, you wouldn't want to wake the others right now, would you?"
Maybe not. Do I have a sense of dread or anything that I should be waking the others, or do I kind of feel that this is what should be happening?
You're free to do whatever you want.
Oh, okay.
It is a skeletal left hand, if that means anything to you.
Yeah, I'll listen to this curious skeletal hand character.
So yeah, you don't take any immediate action when this person just appears there.
No, just a quiet response.
Okay. And he says, "It seems you've gotten into a bit of trouble."
Yes, I don't feel quite myself.
No, you wouldn't. You're dead.
Really?
I can do something about that, but it's going to cost you. You know how these things work. You've dealt with this before.
Yes, I've heard of it quite extensively, actually.
I think he turns and he's like looking out over the pond, and it's just like quiet for a moment. Like I think maybe you look back into the tower and like everybody else is asleep, and they're just like there's several people on this floor of the tower, just like nobody else is awoken just yet. And he, I think he eventually says from beneath his hood, I need you to do something for me. It's not going to necessarily be pleasant, but there are worse things that you could do.
I'm sure
and
there
I
are.
could save your life. There is a particularly annoying individual who very soon you will come upon in your travels. I have a feeling about this. This individual has something that is of great importance, and I need it. Would you perhaps be willing to retrieve this object and deliver it to the spot of my choosing?
Well, I think since I am dead, I believe it is my time to pass on. I feel content enough with what I have done. I've set my companions on a path that I think is the best, and I think it is my time to pass on and not do your bidding. I thank you for the offer, but I must decline.
That's quite unfortunate.
For you, perhaps, but maybe not for me. I probably should be long past dead now, and just have been biding my time towards that anyways.
Oh, believe me, you're not the only one that thinks so. I could have helped you. Once he gets his hands on you, you'll wish you had taken this deal, old friend. And I think he leans in, and you see the rotting face of Regan beneath his hood. In the morning, everybody wakes up and finds Padine laying there, long dead.
Oh, that's so
Apparently having died during his watch.
Of natural causes.
Well, maybe his injuries during the fire were more severe.
That's a truly saddening.
He seemed fine.
Yeah, so I think like sun is rising, and somebody had not been awoken for their watch and got to sleep in a really long ass time, and eventually woke up, and they're like, "Whoa, what's going on?" And I think it was probably Rylan, and he noticed that Padine was sitting there on the wall, leaning up against one of the larger bits of stone, and goes to like touch him and finds him stiff, and immediately starts waking everyone up. And it seemed that Padine died at some point in the night on his watch, and yeah, it's probably a horrifying sight for everyone.
Oh god, I think I'm probably convinced that some wraith got him or something in the middle of the night. There's no way this was just a random death. What the hell just happened?
I think he's looking a little bit off to his right, where, like, like just to a spot on the wall, and it looks like he's got like a faint look of disbelief, maybe. And it also looks like he's just very exhausted. And his whole body is set in with rigor mortis. And that's where we'll end the session. I'll do the end of session questions now.
Oh,
So,
wow.
unfortunately,
Wow,
Padine-
I was very sad. I did not expect Padine to actually be dead. I thought he was gonna live on. I really wanted Padine to retire. He just had enough XP.
I was
Well, he
surprised
did
that
retire
Padine
in
didn't
a
take
way.
up the deal. I was very
I'm
surprised
not.
that Padine refused the deal.
Oh, he
I'm
learned his
actually-
lesson with working with death and deities and everything with the Lindaria stuff.
This wasn't
Sorry.
a deity.
Well, anything supernatural, he was not going to mess with that anymore. Is what I
I'd rather die.
exactly. Yes, that's what
Be
he
my
vowed
guest.
to do.
Wow, that is. You wouldn't want to do that to poor Padine. He's gonna feel bad about that. He certainly was. Probably would have hoped to save him. Even now.
Regan's a little different now.
Now Lothar would have been. I'll get you two, and I'll bring them wherever you want. Just pay me.
Yeah. Did we learn something new and important about the world today?
Film on lake is flammable.
That's not important to the world.
I think it
Important
is.
for us to know the dangers of the Morash Bar, but that's not really important to the world.
So I'm hearing a no.
No. Yeah,
Did we
it's
overcome
different.
a notable monster or enemy?
Notable as
really-
it in essence killed me. I would give them the point for that.
Well,
They don't think it killed you, though.
Well, but does that matter
Just-
for?
Yeah,
Notable.
this is answered within like the lore, and it didn't kill you. Your sonic blast did.
True.
Like your own
So they don't know
decisions.
that
Your own
either.
decisions led you here. That and
we fought two
even
eels
if
instead
we
of-
were answering this from a meta perspective, I think your own decisions killed you.
There were two eels that were rather noteworthy. However, one was turned to stone
I'll tell
that
you,
we don't know about, and one
they
was
had-
run off.
They had 3 HP
Uh-huh, I kind of figured.
and no armor.
Yay.
I mean, if you guys can argue that they were notable for their abilities, but
Yeah, the fire.
I don't think they themselves were that notable. The fire was.
oh well, that's part of their ability. So we can mark XP for that.
Yay.
Did we loot a memorable treasure? I think you guys lost memorable treasure aplenty.
Oh yeah.
There's a magical sword lost somewhere.
Magical book.
On the plus side, Mirai now has
Has a
Stormcrow if she
Stormcrow,
wants
yes.
it.
It could happen.
I know I mentioned it a couple times, but I do want to make note that I did try to put down some sort of a marker, so we might be able to find
Yeah.
that area again someday.
Yeah. So no XP for that one. Did we succeed in spreading the reputation of the guild?
Negative reputation.
I think that we gave our new member a fine introduction to how things usually go.
This is situation's normal, all fucked up for adventures.
Let's
For you,
move
this
on
was
to the next
worst day of Your
one.
life. For me, this was Monday.
Did we complete a task or quest taken on in the name of the guild?
Nope.
Nope.
Not yet.
It's amazing what throwing a lamp at some fish oil will do. Some snake oil. Did we acquire something of importance to the guild?
Also no.
Oh, so even with the 6,
I would say actually that last one possibly. Does a new member
What?
count?
Well, she's.
she might. She said that depending on how things go,
Oh, okay.
she
yeah,
would
she's
think
not,
of it.
She's not
Things-
fully.
Yeah, remember
Things
she
are not
said.
going well.
Yeah, she said depending on how things go on this mission, I'll seriously consider joining. I don't think you're off to a great start.
No,
Everybody
not the
got lit
best
on
foot
fire, and
forward.
one person died in the middle of the night on their watch.
Yeah.
I think. This
How
is-
did you make it all the way here?
unless you guys, unless you guys find a buttload of treasure, or Graves gives her the best lay of her life, I think it's probably not going to end in the 2 thumbs up would do again
Yes.
variety.
Oh, it is funny. Whenever I was going to do my arcane art for something, one of the abilities I was going to do was the enchantment and do that towards Graves. But no, alas, Graves will be forever enamored by her, I guess.
Yep.
Oh god, I'm really sad to see Padine go, especially just like wake up and find you dead. It's such a bizarre way to die.
I guess if Graves
No
ticks
dragon shot me in half.
If
just...
Graves ticks her off enough that she stabs him with a dagger, then he'll break the enchantment. But
Oh, true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I could easily see happening actually before me doing my art, or have done my art.
Well, I hope everybody enjoyed that wild and crazy, very typical Dungeon World session, where
Yes.
we get about 45 minutes in, and then
And something goes horribly
and then
wrong.
like Starlancer says, "Oh, hey, look, what's something they could run into? Oh, fire eels are in the book.
Yeah.
He rolled okay on his thing. I'll mention to him that there's some oil in the water. That'll give him some idea that there might be some dangers in the swamps. There might not even be any danger now. Oh, he just threw his lamp into the oil. Oh, God.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they're
Those were
fire
quiet
eels, and it's
moments.
specifically described as flammable oil.
Yep.
I don't know what I was picturing there. Like I was picturing things all screwed up in my head, but honestly, it turned out so entertaining. I don't regret it.
It was
Yeah, it was very
another one of
entertaining.
those extremely bad things happen in this game, and they end up being so memorable. It was one of
Yeah.
those moments. I'm so sad that Padine died like that, but it was such a fitting. Like,
Yes, I think
It was
so.
an oddly fitting death for him to just like everybody find out that like he died sometime in the night, and it was actually Regan next to him. Like of all people, Padine, like one of the last of the original people from the island.
Yep.
So I think there was
I
think
some
Tell
some
technically is the
poetic
last
beauty
now.
to it. Yep.
Well, Tell's still alive. Yeah.
Well, it depends. If you want to go from the beginning or from the island? Because from the island, there's a couple people still alive, but
From the beginning, there's only
Krios,
2.
yeah.
yes, one of which hasn't been a party member for some time.
Yep. Well, Recluse, we'll have to talk about what you want to do for a character.
Okay. I have a
It's
pretty good
entirely
idea already.
possible. It's entirely possible that you could be at Mirkwood, or they could find you somewhere in the Morash Davar. Those are some ideas. But you can kind of mull them over, and you can send me